Welcome.
Someone's shame. Tru Crime Cafe. He's serving the proof. Hot cup of pain. Cold steel of the truth. Seeking justice. Seeking reality. Voice for the voiceless. He speaks for the street. Tru Crime Cafe. Every single day. Pulling on the threads till they all give way. Corruption in the veins. He's calling it out. No way. No peace till justice is found. Backroom deals under neon signs. He reads one line, then follows the lies. Crack tape, low sound. He can hear that please. Somebody out there, come remember me. He don't blink when the story gets dark. He just digs deeper, strikes that spark. You hear that rage rotting under his breath. Every question is dear, every pause a threat. Tru Crime Cafe, he's serving the proof. Hot cup of pain, cold steel of the truth. Yeah, seeking justice, seeking reality. Voice for the voiceless, he speaks for the street. Tru Crime Cafe, every single day. Pulling on the threads till they all give way. Corruption in the veins, he's calling it out. No way, no peace till justice is found. No way, no justice, no use in the lies. He tears down the curtain, looks dead in their eyes. Whoa, you feel that verdict rising inside your chest, till the guilty confess, till the broken can rise. Tru Crime Cafe, he's serving the proof. Hot cup of pain, cold steel of the truth. Seeking justice, seeking reality. Voice for the voiceless, he speaks for the street. Tru Crime Cafe, every single day. Pulling on the threads till they all give way. Corruption in essence, he's burning it down. No way, no peace till justice is found.
Little man on the scene trying to sound real tough. Standing on a stool, still ain't tall enough. Reaching for the counter like daddy, pick me up. Wants his lukewarm brew in his favorite sippy cup. Baby pain, stomp those socks. Tiny little sneakers, big boy talk. Puffs that chest, can't lift the lock. Bangs on the door till the hinges pop. Baby pain, just a little guy thinks he running the game. rockin' snacks. Baby pay, baby pay. Just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pay, baby pay. Wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. I'm the one in charge. Stomping up and down, red face, small frame. Tiny little storm trying to make it rain. Wah, 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 that's his war cry. Big boy dreams in a shirt size 5. Baby pay, baby pay. Just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pay, baby pay. Wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. I'm the one in charge.
All right. Welcome back to the cafe. Everybody, happy Sunday. I hope you're having a great weekend. It is great to be back with you all. I hope you're doing amazing because you are amazing. Welcome to all of the beautiful people today. It is a crappy day outside, but we're going to make it amazing inside, guys. Today we're going over the University of Idaho murders, the newer Jack DeCour interviews that Jules True Crime Reactions has found and gotten for us. We're going to listen and break them down piece by piece and find what we believe to be true, what we believe to be false. Of course, I will enable a link for you guys to join us and speak your mind 100%. So come on in, grab a seat, and get up your feet, grab your cup, fill it up. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go. And make sure you all, please, if you will, grab something to hit that like button with and share this out, guys, please. And thank you so very much. Let's do this thing.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the Tru Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the Tru Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your
from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the break. At the Tru Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay in the Tru Crime Cafe.
Yo, 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 yo. Welcome back, guys. Great to see you again. Thank you for joining us today on this Sunday. We are heading back into Idaho as if we ever left, and I'm going to be breaking down the new interviews. Thank you to Jules' True Crime Reactions that she has gotten for us. Very much appreciated. Excuse me. Of course. So make sure you guys hop on over there. I'm sure the moderators will drop her link in here and thank her for all her hard work as well. For those of you that haven't seen it from over there, she's done a great job with it, guys. We're going to break it down our way here, see what we can pick out of it, pull out of it, see what's right, what's wrong, true, false, good, bad, whatever you want to call it. That's what we're doing today, breaking it down and discussing it all the way around. So, looking forward to that for sure. Thank you guys for those of you that were there supporting us with the verdict room last night. It was an amazing show as always. I appreciate all of you supporting us. Myself, Miss Kim with Bronx Tales, or I'm sorry, with Typically Unique, and Ms. Logan with Bronx Tales True Crime, as well as Mikey, the last 24. It's very much appreciated. So thank you guys so much for that. Come on in, grab a seat, get off your feet, grab your cup as I do, and fill it up. Please and thank you. See if we can find some truth within any of this. That's a big thing. Who we got joining us today? Miss Jessie Lynn. Jessie Lynn. Hey, hey. Moving forward. Leah Stories. Welcome back, Miss Leah. Great to see you. Smiling salute to you as well. Seniors in the house. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Busy's busying around in here always. Great to see you, dear. Ms. Mamikins, welcome back. New Mexico, 444. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Mama 5, welcome back to you. Let me see here. Rebecca Seidner, welcome back. Good to see you today. Janet Wallace, welcome, welcome. L. Price, good to see you. Lala's in the house. Good to see you, Lala. Baby Ames, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Miss Karmic Retribution's in the house. Make sure that link gets dropped too, please and thank you. I would greatly appreciate that. You guys want to catch everything Miss Karmic is putting out. She does a great job with it for sure. 1111 Reflection, good to see ya. Thank you for being here. SoCal Deb, great to see you, dear. Thank you for being here with us. Blue Devil, welcome back to you. Mikey's in the house, the last 24. Great to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. Linda, H444, good to see you. I think that got to that point there. And Phil is in the house. What is happening, Phil? Always great to see you, my friend. Nothing but love for you. I appreciate you. And thank you for that. Dropping 5 new meatballs as soon as we start. It looks like New Mexico 444 received one. Carrie in the PNW got one. Kara Garrison, Just the Outwine, and Suzanne B66 got one. Welcome and congrats. Thank you so much, Phil. God bless. You know, we appreciate you very much around here. And thank you to the new meatballs for becoming part of our family. Welcome to the source. Welcome to the source. Great to see you all. Let me see here. The Miss Candy's in the house. Seahawks fan, great to see ya. Thank you for being here. as well as Bubbles. Miss SR Bubbles in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you, thank you. Michelle F22, great to see you. Kara Garrison, welcome. And welcome to the sauce. Welcome, welcome to all of you amazing peeps. Great to see ya. Thank you to my moderators for taking time out of your weekend, your Sundays, to jump in here with me and hang out and do this thing we do. All right, all right. Let me see here. I guess I'll go ahead and do this and get this up. As I said, for those of you that are just hopping in here, we're going to be breaking down. I know I'm a couple days behind, guys, and that's okay. There's no rush on who does what first. And if you don't want to watch it, of course, I understand if you've already seen it, so on and so forth. But I think each one of us do it a little bit different, point out different things, listen to different things, and hear different things in some sense. So I think it's interesting that we can all do it different ways. Now, of course, you guys, as compared to last night, I don't want to be annoying to anybody now because I was so annoying to somebody last night. I don't know who that was, but I'm so sorry. I definitely don't want to be annoying, But hey, you can't really control that all the time. Let's see who we got. Somebody knocking on the back door back here. Who the hell is that coming in here so early in the morning? Oh, it's not morning. I'm kidding. It's late afternoon. Who is this? Who is this? Oh, Junior's in the house, guys. Welcome, welcome, sir. How are you today, Dylan? How you been?
Oh, it's gonna be an emotional night.
Are they doing a memorial for Kyle?
Yeah, they're gonna be talking about it, and I'm just kind of hoping that the F1 race goes long enough to where I don't have to watch it.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Stuff's not a lot of fun at all.
Yeah, it's just yeah, yeah. I don't know if you. I'll have to go back and look because I was actually on stream with you when I actually found out he
Yeah, I
passed.
remember. I remember.
It
You
was
were
like
like, some shit just hit the fan. So
yeah, and I was when I came back in, I thought my buddy was gonna call me for a minute, but as soon as I pop back in, he calls me. I'm like, well, crap.
right, right,
But
right. I get it. I'm sorry to
yeah.
hear that too. I don't really follow NASCAR. I used to back in the day because I used to work and live in the area that Blaney came from. We actually
Oh
used
yeah.
to. Yeah, I was
Did
part of his. He used to run at Sharon Speedway a lot, and when he first got started, and then we used to run the rescue crew at Sharon Speedway right down the road from there. So
yeah. His son's in the Cup Series.
is his name Dale?
Ryan.
Ryan Blaney. That's it. I always get those names mixed up. I don't know who the hell I'm thinking. Dale.
Probably. I'm guessing Dale Jr.
Yeah, probably. Ryan used to actually be. It's funny because they lived literally right on the same road that our fire department was on, Route 7. His whole family did. And Ryan, when he was younger, like way younger, had was a volunteer firefighter for a little while. It's kind of
Okay.
cute. And then
Yep.
he worked with the the fire and rescue team is what they called it at the speedway. I was telling a story about it the other day when the stands collapsed there. It was insane. But we were constantly like being Dave was always there, and like it was like just talking to your neighbor because he was from the area.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we supported him, whether you liked him or not. I was when I was into NASCAR. I'm gonna get tagged for this one, I know, but I was a Jeff Gordon fan, and everybody, I was constantly getting razzed about it. Like, really, of all people, you choose Jeff? Whatever, whatever. I don't care. But I had to support Dave because he was, hometown
Yeah.
boy type thing, and that's just how it was. So
Yeah. My dad was Dale Senior, so I was Dale Senior, and to
I get
really
it.
make you feel old and ancient, when Dale Senior died, I was 5 years old.
Uh,
I was
it's,
almost five.
it was nice having you here today. You have a great day, buddy. Okay, we'll talk to you soon. Take care. Yeah, I know how old I am, son. I know. Okay,
But yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, that was a bad day, though. I mean, even if you don't follow a specific, sport or NASCAR, any of that kind of stuff, it's still very sad to lose another person. For no apparent reason. I remember when Dale hit the wall and how bad that all went down. I mean, Jesus, it was horrifying to see this stuff happen and have to know what people are dealing with in that aspect. Human beings are human beings, folks. We are who we are, and we are all we have. So you never want to see anybody go down like that ever. So
Yeah,
welcome, Odo. Good to see you, buddy.
but yeah,
Yes.
I've listened to this interview already. And
Well, there's
I do
three
have some
different
thoughts.
parts of it now.
Yeah, I've listened to I listened to it with Jules live, and
I'm
then
sure most of you have, yeah.
I also did a reaction to one part of it, but I'm gonna make that into a series.
Well, we're gonna go because last night we went through part one with the verdict room, and I'm not gonna make you guys go through that again. There's quite a few nuggets in there. We're gonna go through and break down part two, and if we can, part three, if we have the time, and slowly take it apart, put it back together, and see what we come up with. So, of course, your input is important as everybody else's is, of course. So the link's there. Thank you for joining me. As always, I appreciate you. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna slow it down, stop it, speak on the things that I think are problematic per se. There was a few in the first one. There truly was. The things that I was like, wait a minute, this is not right. That's wrong. So on and so forth. So, but yeah,
Y-
we I didn't expect to do that last night for the verdict room, but I'm not gonna make you go through, guys. Go through it again for part one. So we're gonna go two and three if we can. Definitely part two. And my understanding is because I caught a little bit of it that part two has some interesting points to it too. Now, the interesting thing with this, okay, is of who he is. Jack DeCour is. Everybody he was an initial suspect in this case right away, which is normal, because of who he is. And I'm curious to see as to why he became not a suspect per se. So we'll break that down too. So come on in, guys. Grab a seat if you will. Get comfortable. Let's get into this. And if there's anything else we get into, because it does happen from time to time, we get into other parts of conversations about this. Of course, it will happen because it does. So I'm going to give it just a minute or two to make sure we get everybody in here that wants to be in here, and then we'll move on forward with it. What else you got going on besides that? Anything new that you've come to terms with this, or found out, or
Well,
any realizations or anything before we jump into it?
well, I'm really side eyeing the G family because from everything that we've seen, um, it doesn't. Nothing is as it seems when it comes after the G's describe it. They keep saying how like it's a loving relationship where you can kind of see some bits and pieces of controlling, which again, there's some parts there where I'm like, okay, I agree with Jack. I would be very, very uncomfortable with a with a 30-year-old, 35-year-old guy driving 40 minutes in a blizzard to go pick up my girlfriend.
I fully agree.
I'd be greatly uncomfortable with that.
Of course. And especially this guy. This guy's not charging any of these girls for the trips that he was doing, and the things that we know about Gower was just he's definitely a creeper. Period. Like whether he's involved in this or not, he needs to be looked into for other things, in my opinion. Either way, the dude is not
Absolutely.
on surface as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He's an odd one.
And then uh I think I didn't catch the 17-minute phone call, but I mean that speaks for itself.
That is such a mess. Like they keep turning this thing around on us. In the book it says one thing, the original narrative said one thing, this new stuff says another thing. These things are, again,
But
let's keep everybody in the world confused that's following us, that way we don't have to worry about it, you know what I mean?
yeah, and then we'll get into part 2 and I'll point it out when I see it.
Absolutely,
But
that's what it's about.
yeah, I mean the- and you also have to remember this could all be a smoke show. There
That
may not
bingo, good
there may
point, sir.
like there may that 40-minute drive may not have ever happened. That what we learn about in part 2 may have never actually happened.
Thank you, that's a big point. Thank you for saying that too, because none of this may have never happened. Okay, we don't know what's right and wrong, what's true and false, what's real or what's not. Just like I put in the title for the show today, what is real and what's not real, folks? How are we to know that? We weren't there. The only way, and I've said this for a long time, the only way that we absolutely, positively could know absolute truth with this is if we were there that night, and we weren't. 1 minute, folks.
Yeah, I mean, there.
Keep going, Dylan. I'll be right back. Okay, I have somebody
Yeah,
at my front door. I'm sorry, bud.
yeah, I got it. I'll take the wheel. We'll try this right into the ground. But yeah, there, like you was saying, all of this could just flat out be a smoke show. None of this could have actually happened. There's absolutely reason to believe that this was weeks of planning, at minimum days of planning. And as far as the G family, the Goncalves family, just lying and lying and lying, and they're lying about their own daughter. Why? Why the lies? I like. I can't. I can't even like this. And this is they're lying even before like the blood's dry. So what do they know? And I'm not saying that Steve G made the trip and did everything, but obviously they ran to cover for Jack D instantly. Instantly. And I got I got some serious issues with that. The, Lady Sarah, there's rumors about it, but I haven't seen anything concrete that says that they weren't getting along. Well, they lied about the dog. They've lied about the relationship, and they may very well be lying about whether Kaylee had blocked the her siblings.
That was something else we had heard too. That she was estranged from her parents, had blocked her siblings on social media. Um, you got to wonder why. And one of the things I've wondered about that whole thing, I even said this back when we heard that, is it seems to me that her family was shoving Jack down her throat. You know, in a sense, if you guys know what I mean, you need to be with him. You should marry him. Blah 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 blah. That kind of stuff. And she didn't obviously seem to want to be with him.
And Christy went even as far as calling her own dead daughter a brat.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a problem to me. I agree with that. Um, they defended him before they had the means or the understanding to defend him. You don't know, but
And
you didn't want to. It makes me wonder if it would have come to the table that there was proof that he did commit the crime, if they would have accepted it. You know what I mean?
and and on top of that, we know Jack was fiddling around with the 11/12 footage. We know what 7 other people.
Yes. Yes. How fast
So
did Jack end up with that footage, folks? Like it was
that
quick,
night,
very
within
quick.
that night,
And
I
see,
mean,
that bothers me. He shouldn't have been able to grab that, touch that, anything. Police should have shut that down immediately. But guess what?
and
That's wild.
and Jack was fiddling with it for 3 days before the interview itself.
Makes you wonder what he was doing with it, doesn't it?
And, and quite frankly, there's not really a reason for him to be fiddling with it because he's behind it the entire time.
Yeah. Again,
So why is he fiddling with it?
why did he? Why was he allowed? That's another problem I have. Why did they not shut that down like right away? What did he? What did he have? How long did he truly have it? What did he? What was he able to do with it? And about it. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Yes, they lied about. We're gonna do an entire show. Thank you, Lucy. They did. We're gonna do an entire show, you guys. No lie. It might be a verdict room show. It might be one of these shows. The entire show is gonna be about what we were lied to by them, the Gonsalves, and anybody else, but an entire show on all these things. So if you got notes, thoughts, feelings, write it down, and that's what it's gonna be about. So, 1 minute, everyone.
But yeah, oh yeah, and
Sorry about that.
they lied about Kaylee recently moving out. That came from the Goncalves family.
Yes, they lied about a lot of things, folks, at some point, everybody was defending them, saying, "Well, they were told this, and they were told that, and they were told this and that, and this information was given." No, okay, these things are things that these are personal things, like her moving out. There was nothing moved out. Everything she owned was in that house still. Okay, there's quite a few things that were, and then here, let's go with things that maybe they were given by law enforcement or the prosecution or whatever. When they realized it wasn't true, they kept going forward with the same information instead of correcting the narrative. That's a problem. I'm not attacking them by any means. They went through one hell of a loss. I have an absolute compassion for them. But why are you coming forward with information that's misinformation in a case that involves your loved one? Wouldn't you think you'd want absolute truth in that? Because I know I would.
I mean, it's insane. The two
Totally agree.
the 2 a.m. hour, and then you have Olivia doing a victory dance on Brent Turvey.
That was so
It's like
bad.
it is. Olivia
bad.
has no room to be saying who's competent and who's not.
By no means. Welcome, Jenny. Good to see you, Miss Jenny. I agree. Fully agree, my friend. They lied in the WSU suit when they said that the hand and face prints are. Yeah, they've lied about a lot. And he even came forward at one point and admitted to putting out misinformation on purpose and asking other people to do that. Again, why? I'm sorry. God forbid anybody ever has to go through this, okay? This is a horrifying thing to have to deal with. I understand that. You don't go out there and try to screw up the investigation by putting out misinformation and asking other people to state things that aren't true. What the absolute hell? Like, that makes no sense to me. You should not be able to do things like that. I'm sorry.
And
Ever.
I'll be the bad guy and say it. What's the only reason you would want to muddy up your own daughter's murder?
Well, truly and honestly, if there's things involved in it that you don't want the world to know, speaking, or you have some involvement in it possibly, and a
Yeah.
lot of people have believed that. I'm not saying that's what I believe, you guys, by any means whatsoever, but what else makes any sense? A real quick, cat lover, thank you so much for this. I think this is number one towards our goal already. And it looks like, in my honest opinion, the biggest lie was when SG said there was footage of BK entering. Yeah, big one. Steve said, we have footage of Bryan going in and out of the house and his car and getting out of his car, blah, 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 so on and so forth. We all remember that. Nobody has that footage because it doesn't exist. That's a big lie to be telling, okay? Entering and leaving the crime scene house. If that was true, the state would have said that at the plea hearing. If that was true, we wouldn't have had to deal with nothing else. This would have been a slam dunk. Bryan Kohberger would have been, they would have taken it to trial. There would have been no plea deal. There would have been none of that bullshit because then they would have had a true to life case. We know they didn't have that. It's never been put out there because it does not exist. Period.
And that would have 1,000% been leaked by.
Oh my God, yeah.
Well before.
Very, very quickly, dude. Yes, very quickly.
And Sabertooth Sleuth or Saber Sleuth Olivia said that she got the cell phone records on Sunday. Steve said they were able to break into the phone with shared passwords, so they're
Yep.
in Kaylee's phone.
Yep. Or was this another lie? There's the problem. Nobody else could get into this phone, according to them. There's no way in my mind I believe that having the Secret Service involved and so on and so forth that you didn't get into this phone. I would believe they would be able to before the family would. But I'm just saying, I just don't believe any of this shit.
Well, if they know the passcode, then you can get right on in.
Yeah, it's a good point. That's a very good point. And they may have been in there. And if that's the case, Dylan, if they got into the phone and refused to give it to the authorities, there might be a reason for that. There should be, or could be, or would be something in that phone that they didn't want people to know in turn. You know what I'm saying? BB Crime says, in my opinion, Steve said she moved out to separate her from the things going on in the house with the drugs because Adderall is just medical meth. Amen to that one, sis. I appreciate your point and comment. It's a true statement.
That or like what Logan's been saying. Uh, she might be uncomfortable with Dylan.
Very much so. And that could be another way to look at this for sure. There's a lot of angles with this, guys, that you can't discount. I'll say that. They said that the LinkedIn was a part of the case, but actually, nope. And that was another thing, that LinkedIn deal was an issue. There was a lot of things that happened in this case right away that you don't see in a criminal case anywhere. Okay, first and foremost, think about that. And a lot of people involved in this case right away that should never have been, beyond the level of what normal involvement would be. So it's cray cray, absolutely cray cray. Let's see. Looks like we got 198 peeps in the house, guys, with 85 likes. Please hit that like button. Please, please, please. Don't make me beg you guys. Please, 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 please. I'm just kidding. Thank you guys very much. All right. All right, let's get this up here and get this moving. Blue eyed butterfly, great to see you, dear. Mittens for kittens, welcome to you. Miss Germilla's in the house. Great to see you, dear. Paco. Lucy, you got some explaining to do. Morning Stars in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. BB Crime, same to you again. Altruistic Murder. With James, great to see you today. Micro Blue, thank you for being here. Thrive Off Grid, great to see you today, my friend. Always happy to have you in the house. Saber Sleuth, welcome back to you. Miss Karen Folkwas, good to see you today. Thank you for being here. Thank you guys already for the super chats, the gifting. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Lulu's in the house. Good to see you, Lulu. Thank you for being here. True to it. Welcome to you. Moonbreaker, welcome to you, my friend. Excuse me. All right, let's get this up and moving.
Well, Max just got passed for second, so that just kind of
Are you watching the race?
Yeah, the Indy 500 today. Yeah, the Indy 500 earlier this afternoon. Right after that was Canadian Grand Prix, and then right after that's the 600.
I can't get into it, dude. I could never. I watched it a little bit, like I said back in the day. When I was married to the creature, she was into it. She liked it. And I was like, okay, well, I'll watch it with you for a little while. And of course, I had to support Dave. And so that's how I ended up liking Jeff and so on and so forth. But I couldn't get into it past that. I just never could understand getting all super excited watching people make left turns all day long and drive in circles. It just never made sense to me. Football is a little bit different. I'm a huge football fan, okay? That's a little different. There's a little change here and there, but just.
And somehow you still get the teams wrong.
You shut your face. Shut your face. Stay in it. Eddie's in the house. What's up, Eddie? There's a link pinned in the top of the chat, buddy. If you want to join us, always a place for you up here. You know that. Malmatian G, welcome to you, my friend. Perspective 2186. Happy rainy Sunday to you. And I don't think I missed anybody. If I did, I will catch up with you. Thank you guys for being here. All right. Let's get this video up here and get to moving. 1 minute. There's some wild stuff in this one too about photographs that shouldn't be put out, things like that. It's pretty wild. So, yes, the creature, for those of you that aren't familiar, is my ex-wife. I'm sorry. A lot of you guys know who she is, but Donna M., welcome to you. And I have plenty of reasons to call her the creature, I promise you. So, it's all good, though.
Oh, I got stories.
Moonlit Baby, welcome. Good to see you. All right. Again, you guys, I want to make sure that we give absolute credit to Miss Jules, who did amazing getting a lot of the things she's gotten for us to be able to review and discuss and break down. So her link is there in the chat, guys. If you want to make sure you subscribe to her, please and thank you. Show her a little bit of appreciation. Let her know Dago said to tell you thank you for all you do because we do appreciate her very much. She's done quite a bit to help in this case to find answers to things. So going forward, I'm sure she will continue to keep doing it. So, all right, let's get into this. Make sure we have it at the right place.
We're talking about house access.
Part 2. All right, here we go. Lady Sarah, welcome to you. Thank you so very much for joining us today. And thank you for probably, I think, number 2 towards our goal today, just to stay loving your channel and learning so much about this. Kay's best wishes from a dull Northeast. No way. Nothing can be dull in Scotland. That would be, I'd love to be there. Love to be there. Thank you so much for tuning in. Clear over from Scotland. We appreciate you, Sarah. Thank you so much. And if you have questions or issues with anything, feel free to ask at any time. And thank you so much for your gift. We appreciate that so much. All right, here we go. Could you hear that, Dylan, when I turned that on for a second?
I could hear it.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay. We're resuming on November 17th, 2022. It is 11:36 a.m. Continuing our interview with Mr. Okay, we were talking about house access, and then we skipped to anything else about you've got him. You said you've got video on your phone that you got from the neighbor's Ring camera or some sort of a camera like that shows him coming and dropping them off at what time?
I have screenshots.
Who's the neighbor?
Went to high school with her. So did Kaylee and Maddie. I've been friends with her.
That's an interesting point. That him and Kaylee and Maddie went to school with the neighbor, so there's a close relationship there. Whoever lived at 1112, that could explain how people got this information before other people did. Okay, that's something I did not know before. That's a new piece of info right there. That's, I think, kind of important. So we will go from there.
Not nearly as close as with Maddie, but for about the same time as I've been friends with Maddie.
How do you spell Tor? Where does she reside? Where does she live on here?
Their doorbell camera faces this way, so the only access by car, as far as I know, would be to drive by that camera.
She have roommates?
So here's something that needs to be thought about. We now know that the neighbor from 1112 knew Jack, Kaylee, and Maddie, went to school with them. Okay. What did she think of them? Was she friendly with Kaylee and Maddie and Jack? Did she like Kaylee and Maddie? Did she not like them? You know, that's an interesting question to ask. I'll just say that because that can play into this in a big way, in my opinion, depending on how she feels about them. So just keep that in the back of your mind.
Now, I did notice something that Jack said there that
Right.
is going to get overlooked, but he said that that's the only way to get in by car.
Oh, so yeah, right.
So that means he knows damn well you can walk around that camera.
Oh, there's a lot of people out there that I think know that you can walk around that camera because they've done it.
Yeah, but with Jack, if he was just kind of talking and being honest, he would have just said, "Yeah, that's the only way in and out."
Right.
Not
Right.
That's the only way to drive in.
Something else that's interesting too with him is that his roommates had stated that he would come and go from his home via windows and roofs. going in and out of windows and on and off the roof. I thought that was an interesting statement to make, but I'll just say it. Leave it there. Welcome, Mr. Girl. Good to see you. Just saying. Another interesting point, as always.
Yeah, my phone just died.
Say that again?
My phone just died, but yeah, she does have roommates.
You have a charger?
Yeah, I'm sure I can find one.
Is that a normal iPhone?
Yeah.
Female roommates? Any males?
3 female roommates, maybe 2. I'm not sure.
Here we go with the redacted bullshit in this again.
$150,000 later, and it's all redacted.
I know.
YE. Yeah.
It's crazy. Welcome, Anna D. and Suze Mac. Good to see you today. Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Does that refresh my memory?
Yeah.
Do you remember, was it Ring or was it another brand?
It's not Ring, it's a different brand. It's called like Home Ye Pro, like Home YE, as all is one word. And then Pro. She just gave me the password, like username and password to her account, and I logged in through my phone.
Welcome, Aquarian.
I believe Moscow PD also has that video as well, though,
Okay. They have the video?
as far as I know. One of the detectives asked if I knew the house address so that they can go get it, and I didn't know the number, but I showed them where it was.
Do you remember approximately when he came and dropped him off? Was it after 2?
No, I think it was about 156. That's what I want to say. It's in the 150s.
And then his car comes in and then it leaves, you said 50 seconds later or something like that?
Yeah. And this is, I don't know for sure that that's his car. It looks like it, and it lines up with the times that they were supposed to be getting home, and it comes and goes as if 50 seconds
thank you,
seems to be reasonable to drop off around and drop back in.
Yes, I agree. And you got this information that he's the one that picked them up and dropped them off from Kaylee's.
Yeah.
How do you think she knew that?
She's been very involved with police and kind of trying to investigate with me.
Okay.
She's the one that's been talking to any news sources as well.
Okay, let's go back to house access. How many people do you think, besides the people that lived in the house, knew the code to get in the door?
It's really tough to say. I'm not sure. I just know that there's a whole group of friends that I don't even really know at all that do hang out there.
Who are they? And whose friends are they?
I think mainly, and Xana's friends, because they're
Welcome, Joanne.
not able to go to the bars or anything, so I know they're having people over all the time. That's just true.
I agree, Sarah.
I understand that and Xana were at a on-campus or a party at a private residence. I'm not going to say that. They were at a party somewhere that wasn't a bar earlier that night. Are you aware of that?
I learned that, I think, yesterday.
From the press conference?
No. It's from Kaylee's family.
Do you know where they were?
No, I don't.
Of the people that you said were hanging around, friends of Xana's, because they weren't old enough to go to the bars yet, were there any guys associated with them that you saw there regularly?
I do think there's Sigma Chi's there quite often, like some friends. But yeah, I mean, so I wasn't over there too much at the same time as them. I just knew that there was groups of people that went over there.
Can you imagine any of these guys that had access to this house being capable of doing this or having a motive for doing this?
I would never think so, but I mean, I don't know them.
Or there wasn't any drama, fights, yelling, anger that you remember?
Not that I recall, no.
Welcome, Pagan Way. I agree.
If there was, do you think that's something that Kaylee would have shared with you if you weren't around?
Yeah, she told me all her drama. So, yeah.
When you say she told me all her drama, was there anything else going on with her and other people that we should know about?
No, I just mean like, just anything that happened in her life, it's kind of just me and Maddie, I think, were the main people she just went to talk to.
If you'd ask Maddie, who would Maddie say was her best friend?
Maddie would say that Kayla's her best friend as well.
Who would you say is your best friend?
Now, why does that have to be redacted? Come on now. I think he thinks a little bit more of himself with Kaylee. I think that he thinks Kaylee was more trusting of him than truly she was. This redacting shit kills me.
Yeah, I think Jack. I think Jack's a little bit too big on himself.
I fully agree with you. I think he said it there again. Well, when things would happen to her, she'd go to me and Maddie. You sure it's just you there, bud? Just saying.
Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah. Is that why you only heard about Kaylee having a stalker instead of her coming to you directly?
You're right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think he's realizing that he wasn't the number one. Makes you wonder how long he wasn't that person. Just saying.
Yeah, judging by what we've seen and heard, I don't think he made the 54-man roster.
Right. Right. Good point. All right, guys, back to it.
Who's your best friend or among your handful of best friends that are with you at school?
None of that should be redacted, in my opinion.
What's going to be interesting is to see what they do after they lose that lawsuit with the EWU.
Yeah, I agree.
Because what they'll probably do is come back and charge everybody for all the unredacted stuff.
Yeah, good point. I've heard this, Joanne, from more than one source that he was controlling. Welcome, Wellington. Great to have you in the house today with us. But yeah, I have heard that he was kind of controlling. To what extent, I don't know. We don't know, but it's been said more than once to me, so I'm kind of curious. My God, come on.
And in the Patterson book, they completely flip-flopped it.
Yeah. Well, let's not forget.
So,
the night that she's at the bar, that she was there at the bar that night, really making it known to the world that her and Jack weren't together. And it makes me wonder. Somebody said it last night. I think it was Kim said it last night, or maybe it was Logan. Maybe she was playing head games with him a little bit, making him believe that she was interested in getting back with him, when in all reality that was the furthest thing from her mind. So it could have been. We don't know.
Well,
And that can snap somebody at any moment. You guys know that.
well, that kind of humiliation will absolutely do that, especially with
Yes.
someone who's reached out to Idaho to the university saying that he needs some mental health days over
Yep.
the breakup, and now he knows that this is the final weekend he's going to have with her.
Right. And she made him believe that there's a possibility that we heard it in the interview that they're going to get back together, and then in the same night possibly she's dating out with somebody else and telling other people we're not together. We're not going to be together. That would make anybody snap. I'm just telling you that's humiliation in itself. So yes.
Well,
And
I
women
think
do this all the time. Men do it too. Don't get me wrong, but it happens a lot.
you get on me for making fun of women. Anyway, we but what could I also think that the reasoning for the breakup it is not what we're told it is. I
I
because
agree with you.
if that was the case, Kaylee wouldn't be dating around.
Right. Yeah, I think there's something maybe a little deeper for reasoning
There
in the breakup.
there is something else going on, and I think it's a lot darker than what the G family are painting it out to be.
Sure. 100% I can agree with that. Like I said, Kaylee, she's a victim of this 100%, and I'm not victim shaming at all. But nobody's perfect, guys. Realize that, okay? Her own family made statements about her in certain senses, so we have to keep that in mind too. But by no means am I attacking her, shaming her for anything like that. She's just a human being like everybody else, and nobody's perfect, okay? Welcome, Halls. Good to see you, dear. So, just saying.
Access to the house, it's your belief that, or I don't want to put words in your mouth. You indicated to me that it was a regular thing for those doors to be locked, both the slider and the front door. Is that correct?
Yeah.
At nighttime, is that more so at night when they go to bed? Do they check the locks before they go to bed, that sort of thing?
I think Kaylee usually at least tried to check the locks. I know she always took the dog out to pee before she went to bed, so I think she just locked it behind her.
Do you know if the lock code was changed since Kaylee's moved in?
As far as I know, it hasn't been.
Nope.
So you think the lock code could be the same as it was a year ago?
Yep.
Possibly. I know I have the same 4 roommates. That's not true. I have one new roommate that wasn't there last year that is here this year, and we didn't change the door code or anything, so maybe since Maddie stayed there over summer, they didn't feel like they needed to change the code.
Okay.
Not over summer, but Maddie stayed there. Was the only one who was there last year.
Okay. I want to talk about but before we talk about let's
Again, this is probably Showalter, I'm guessing. I might be wrong, but that's what I'm hearing at the very beginning. So,
Yeah, Showalter.
talk about Maddie a little bit. Maddie, tell me about how you know her, how long you've known her, all that.
So I had a few classes with them in freshman, sophomore year of high school. And I broke up with a girlfriend of mine in high school. And then I kind of started talking with Kaylee soon after that. And that's when I got pretty close to Maddie too, because they were best friends at the time.
What year of high school?
It was
At the time.
I broke up with my other girlfriend.
what'd you say, bud?
Why did he add the caveat of at the time?
It's a good question. Good question.
Little slip up there.
Definitely something. Since we've all been watching the statement analysis stuff, I think we're all starting to catch on to how that stuff works too. It's a good
Well,
point.
I've always caught on to stuff like that. It's just now the light's been shown on it.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes it a little bit more important and a little bit more like. Yeah, I agree with you.
But yeah, I've always caught on to stuff like that.
Welcome, Charmed. Good to see you tonight. Today, sorry. Yeah, my wife was real good with that kind of stuff. I learned a little bit of it, but watching, Travis and all that the other day, it really pointed out some things that makes you see and hear things that you might not normally catch on to just listening. So it's helpful. I agree.
But yeah, that little caveat there was a little interesting with at the time. So what changed?
Yeah.
What about now?
What changed then from then to now? Right. Thank you. Have a great night, Joey. Thank you for popping in, buddy. I appreciate you, brother.
Right at the end of my sophomore year, so it'd be like the summer before going into my junior year. I knew them and I was friends with them just through school, but that's when I really started like hanging out with them.
Have you spent time at Maddie's house?
A few times, yeah.
Where does she live?
She lives off.
Good Lord.
I'm gonna make a suggestion. Next time when we get new stuff dropped, every time they have stuff that's redacted, we just replace that with the Jeopardy music. That's my vote.
Hang on, guys.
Yeah, but
Jesus.
She's been dating him for about a year.
I think it's been at least a year and a half now.
And before,
I think the last real boyfriend before G was
can you spell it? And tell me about him.
There was even a court order on this. Like the only thing that can be redacted is addresses
And names. Right.
not even names, just personal information.
Yeah. Kind of ridiculous. Come on.
Since Rush?
Once, like 2 years ago.
If he was pestering Maddie about getting back together, and this had been an ongoing thing, do you think that you would have known about that through Kaylee?
Yeah.
If he was contacting her a lot, do you think she would have felt threatened by it or just annoyed by it?
Probably just annoyed. He's always been kind of like a player. Like he just loves girls. And I think he kind of hits up a lot of girls. So, I don't know if he has hit up Maddie, but I do think Maddie would have kind of just ignored it.
Do you think he still lives here?
As far as I know, he does, yeah. Last I heard, he's working.
Exactly, Tiggy.
Kind of leads me to remember. I actually completely forgot about this, but this is probably 2 months ago. I got a message on Instagram that said, "Hey, are you still with Kaylee?" And there's like a random account, and the name was like or something, and he said, I went to high school with you, you probably don't remember me. It seemed just like a fake account. And he said, I had a huge crush on Kaylee. I was just wondering if you're still with her, and I didn't respond. And then like a week later, I got a message from the same account that said, I will pay you for her nudes. And this is after they broke up.
Does this have
That's a little creepy. Makes you wonder if he actually sent him off. People do everything for money.
Again, that's assuming this actually happened.
Right.
Because again, that could be the same exact thing that Bethany was doing in her interview at the station that the day of the murders, when she added in that little bit at the end of, oh, Kaylee wasn't actually moving away.
Good point.
Getting rid of that trigger, or pointing the finger at somebody else.
Well, yeah, and in the last interview, he said, I think that she was thinking about us getting back together, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, okay.
Okay, bud.
Thinking a little too much there, buddy. This is crazy stuff.
Just kind of find it interesting that she's doing her best Taylor Swift impression of, we are never, ever, ever getting back together.
Right.
And then 2 hours later, she's dead.
Thank you. Meanwhile, while you're in the midst of having phone calls with her, too. So.
Yeah.
You can't look past that. I'm sorry. You can't.
Along with that scream.
anything to do?
Yeah, right.
That was apparently a party scream, according to mainstream media.
Yeah, that was the most blood-curdling, horrifying sounding party scream I've ever heard in my life. But yeah.
Yeah, if you're having that kind of party, I'll stay home.
Thank you. I don't want to be invited. I agree.
Do with is this completely unrelated?
Kaylee suspected that it could have been Jack. I don't really know why she would think that, but that's what made me think of it.
Is that information still on your phone?
Yeah.
Is it Instagram?
Yeah.
What was the name that you said that was on the Instagram account?
Something or something. I'll find it here.
Welcome, Lisa.
Just finish it from the Wi-Fi once again.
You shared this with Kaylee?
Yeah, I told Kaylee, and she was a little weirded out about it.
Well, let's talk about nudes really quick.
That's a hell of a way to start a conversation.
I know, right? This is so much. It's so ridiculous how much of it's redacted, you guys. It's insane.
To do with anything.
Jesus, hang on.
And does that have anything to do with anything? I don't know how else to ask the question.
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Do you think Maddie could have had something like that would have triggered
I agree, Fizz.
somebody like?
I don't remember what it was, but when I told Kaylee about this guy messaging me, I think her suspicion of it being was raised because Maddie had someone ask her or something similar, someone message her on some sort of app. It was kind of around the same time. So I don't know if that's what sparked Kaylee's idea of it being Jack or...
The person that messaged Maddie around the same time, were they asking for Maddie's nudes or for Kaylee's nudes?
I think Maddie's, but I'm not sure. I don't even know if they were asking for nudes or if it was just like some random account that had messaged her.
But they had to have some knowledge of you because they asked specifically about Kaylee.
Right. But, I mean, Kaylee's been all over my Instagram. And then wasn't. So I think that's kind of like how we broke up.
Did you respond to that message at all?
I said, "Who is this?" And then he responded like 3 other times asking like question marks, like, "Will you?"
I do, cat
I
lover.
never said anything besides, "Who is this?"
Okay. Anything else about Maddie? Other boyfriends, or did she have any people that had given her trouble in college or stalked her or anything, or trouble with guys at parties or anything like that comes to mind?
You said was Maddie's boyfriend that received something?
Yeah, Maddie's boyfriend yesterday got a message on Twitter from seems like he told me it was just like a fluke account. And he said that the message said that they're coming for you. And I guess he just called me yesterday to let me know that.
Did you already reach out to Moscow with this, or?
He told Moscow PD, and I gave him the FBI's lead detective's number, and I think he told him too.
Do you think that message was sent by someone that was referring to police coming for him because he was Maddie's ex-boyfriend or Maddie's boyfriend?
I have not thought of it that way. I don't think so.
What did you think the message inferred?
I think obviously heard about this, and I think it was an attack at him or a threat at him.
Just because he was her boyfriend?
I agree, SRB.
Yeah, I don't know if it's some twisted person just trying to mess with people, or if it's something related to what actually happened. I don't know.
Okay. Where does Jack live?
He graduated last year, and he lives in with a few roommates.
I'm pretty sure they're talking about Jake Schreiker, Maddie's boyfriend, at this point, just so everybody knows.
You say he was with roommates?
Yeah.
What's he do?
He works his like a career that he just started with his degree. I don't know what it is, to be honest. I think it's something with like business or marketing.
Okay. Do you know
Yeah.
How do you know her?
She was living at the house. So Kaylee and I both decided to live in Moscow for the summer, partially because neither of our parents wanted a puppy at their house. So we stayed in summer. Had graduated. She's from, and she stayed in that house that she had lived in during the school year for another like 2 months over summer, even though she wasn't on the lease. So it was Kaylee and we're the only two living in there for the first month and a half of summer until Xana got there. as I left shortly after Xana got there.
So as I go through this list of names, I want you to be thinking in your mind any guys associated with these girls that could be problems.
Okay. Did have a boyfriend. I hung out with him a few times. I don't have any concern about him or anything, but she did have a boyfriend. He was a student.
Not really, Moto.
I'll throw another name out there. I just know he hit up Kaylee multiple times while Kaylee and I were dating, just saying like hey and stuff, and never really gave into anything, but his name was
That you know of, sir.
Kaylee.
That you know of.
I remember even once was like, dude, I have a boyfriend, stop. And after that, I had messaged again and said, hey. And it's usually when he's drunk, but
How do you spell that?
I think it's
Now, I'm going to say something here. And again, I'm not trying to be ignorant or attack her, okay? Usually when guys do that, okay, there's a reason why they do it. Either because somebody reached out to them first, somewhere down the line, okay, and gave him kind of like the open door to be able to reach back out somewhere. This is just a feeling I have because I've seen this stuff happen before. I've actually been through this shit back in the day. You don't just out of nowhere message somebody and say, hey, I want to hook up. Well, maybe things have changed now, but I'm just back in the day, it never was like that, okay? He had, in my opinion, the guy doing this had some kind of a feeling that she would be interested in him. It just didn't come out of nowhere. That's just my opinion, okay? So, this is just a thought. I'm just saying.
That's Rungy.
He had messaged Kaylee while you two are still dating.
Yeah.
What was the message?
I mean, Kaylee would show me, I think, almost every time it happened, which was probably 4 or 5, but yeah, he's a d- as well.
I don't know what it is with these things.
I don't know if I remember what your question was.
What were the nature of the messages?
I think they were all just, hey, just trying to get her to talk back to him, I guess.
Okay, how about
Right one.
Yeah, that's the name rings a bell. I can't put a face to it, though.
Bingo.
Is that a guy or a girl?
I don't know. How about
I was a good friend of Maddie and Kaylee. More so Maddie, probably, because she was she graduated last year as well with him. And I think she lives down now. I've hung out with her multiple times just with Kaylee and Maddie. She hasn't had any boyfriends as far as I know all through college.
That could mean something completely different.
How about I hardly know her, but I believe she was one of the roommates that lived in that house last year as well. I really don't know her at all. I don't even know if I've officially met her. I've just been around her.
How about
There was another roommate that lived there last year. I've definitely met her, talked to her a few times. One of my buddy has kind of talked with her. They never dated or anything, but yeah, I don't know much about her. There's another roommate. She lived in the room that Kaylee was in.
she lived in the room that Kaylee was in?
Yeah. This could be of some of interest. Kaylee moved from the room that Xana lived in currently. Probably about 2 months ago. I helped Kaylee move everything upstairs and redecorate her room up on the 3rd floor. I say that because I don't know if this person hadn't been in the house in a while and walked into one room expecting someone else.
All right.
Couldn't have a witness.
Time out.
Thought about that.
There you go.
Okay, tell me more about. Did she live there at the same time that Kaylee's lived there?
No, they never overlapped living there. She, I think, is still dating. And Kaylee and Maddie were in the same pledge class, and they were, as far as Maddie's best friend in her house outside of Kaylee, is probably. But she was also older and graduated though.
I'm sorry. Just give me a minute here.
Okay.
Never overlapped living there. She's dating. And then Maddie was in pledge class.
Yeah. No, Maddie was. Sorry. And that's how they're tight.
Hey guys, I'm letting this play for a minute as I run to the bathroom. I'll be back shortly, okay?
I do know that. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Boyfriend, his.
Well, we got the redacted. I did want to add that room switch is very, very interesting. I'm not sure why Xana would want to switch, especially with her having a boyfriend.
Maybe Joe, but I think a lot of people call him Joe. Yeah. And I know are kind of known to fight often and yell at each other. So hiding from anyone.
I'm running out of paper, Rich. Yeah, I'm gonna need one.
Of course, leave it to the Idaho State Police.
So I never
run
touched
out
on
of
this.
paper.
Why didn't Kaylee and Maddie go to the same house since they're such close friends?
The same sorority?
Yeah.
Maddie was trying to be in as well, but didn't get a bid from him. And so she ended up, but they never really distanced them.
Well, always been sort of close.
Yeah, they're mutual.
Did Kaylee consider staying with Maddie and going?
I don't think so. Kaylee wanted to be in since her junior year of high school, and Maddie did too, but yeah, she didn't get a bid.
Yeah, the sorority's got to break up the friends because, you already have that friendship. Kind of makes it hard to brainwash them into the cult.
I can't ask you any more questions because I don't have any more room to write. So Rich gets back.
How incompetent do you have to be? How incompetent? This is insane. You know this isn't going to be a quick interview. Oh, running out of paper.
What the hell did he put on?
Good question. Nothing.
And this is ISP. This is Idaho State Police. This isn't Moscow. This is absolutely insane.
Just wasted time.
That's insane. Absolutely, utterly insane.
I'm gonna stop this at 12:15. Take a brief break.
If you like the way that I present this information and give my opinion, please don't forget to leave a like on the way out, subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed already, and please don't forget to make sure that the notification bell is set to all so you don't miss any of my rants, reviews, reactions, updates, or deep dives. See y'all.
I wonder what it's going to autoplay to. Oh, it's going to strap right into Wickham's.
Oh my gosh. Who's excited?
Dago's going to be confused as hell when he comes back.
It's a lot that beats being in court, I'll tell you that.
Like, you guys, we have such an amazing show. We don't even want to waste any time doing anything that really is not that important because we have such an incredible guest. And I'm pretty sure everybody knows who we have today. And he is not only an incredible author, but he's a father of four, and he's going to tell you.
We're going to get to that. Wellington,
together, what he reviewed
as soon as Dago gets back,
where the evidentiary problems were, and more importantly, who he is and how he got there. So, Chris, we are so excited to have you.
Not nearly as excited as I am. You didn't say that we had a little chat yesterday, and I said before, few people are really excited about talking to lawyers, but you guys could fire up any.
Yeah, we'll get into part. Well,
any
we'll see what
excitement.
Dago wants to do, but I'm guessing we're going to get into part 3.
You're so smart.
As soon as he comes back.
You're so knowledgeable, and that's really what I want this discussion. So super excited to see you.
Well, thank you so much for being here, Chris. And I know when we were talking yesterday, you went a little into your
Bubbles,
background. And
do you really want someone like me having control?
So
let's be honest here.
Share with our audience what's going on.
Yeah. Can you hear?
No. I hear you. Oh, lost Sam.
You couldn't hear Sam.
Oh no.
Okay, I'll re-say that. Can you hear me, Chris?
I got you. Yes, I got you, Kristen.
Okay. Sam was just saying that when we were talking yesterday, I think we were all very intrigued by your background and how you decided to even get into this case. And I thought it was incredibly inspiring, your background and your life experience. But I think it's really
Bubbles, if I get control of this thing, we watching
I wouldn't really know.
We watching game film, we watching racing film.
I've done so many odd things in life. Maybe it gives a little bit of color.
I'll have everybody in this chat.
And I started out wanting to be
absolute experts.
When I was younger, when I was your age, I would say being a writer was a thing, right? Ernest Hemingway as a model. And that's what I want to do. I never want to be a fry cook or a banker or a neurosurgeon. That's what I wanted. So I took that path. So I started out writing for Orange Coast Magazine in LA. Then I taught English at a boarding school. I became a...
Hey, he's back.
Sorry about that.
Don't worry, I kept everybody entertained. Trying to talk over Chris.
My apologies. I got grabbed by my grandchild. So,
God, you're old.
Shut up. Any thoughts towards the end of that, or anything else about that as it ended? I'm sorry about that, you guys.
Well, I just wanted to add. I just wanted to add that the room swap was interesting.
Yeah.
Now, for clarification, because I wasn't quite sure, does that mean Dylan and Kaylee were on the same floor for a couple months?
I believe so. That's how I always saw it.
And I'm also curious to know if you want to go with the drug angle, which I don't think is the right one. Would Kaylee and Maddie be the oopsies or the collateral? And if with them not knowing that there's
depends on how you're looking at it, though. I agree. It would depend on which angle you're following. Excuse me, and how you would see it. I'm looking. Okay. So that was part 2 of this. And again, was there something at the end here that you guys? In fact, let me play that back real fast.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
He just kind of fumbles around trying to find paper, like a freaking moron.
News reactions up.
All right, so I didn't miss anything big out now. So yes, and then we're gonna move on to next part 3. So, what are your biggest takeaways from part 2 here, Dylan?
Well, I know Kaylee or Jack's a little bit higher on the totem pole than, or he thinks he's higher on the totem pole.
He thinks he is, yeah,
than what he really is.
Yes,
and and the whole thing with the nudes and the messages, I'm gonna need proof before I say okay.
Yes.
Because again, this could be just another deflection of trying to point the direction to someone else, just like Bethany was doing with the whole Kaylee's wasn't actually gonna move away, which we know that's bull.
Yeah, right. Good point. Welcome, Common Sense. Good to have you here.
And yeah, I guess they need paper in Idaho.
Yeah, right. Welcome, Mike.
How like this interview is going to be a long interview.
Yeah.
Come on.
Right. This one is 36 minutes, so it's not too bad. Gives us plenty of time for some other stuff too. He gave 4 suspects names to ISP. And it, to me, yesterday, as we claimed yesterday, we were talking about, it's almost like he's looking for somebody to put it on. Okay. More than one person. He's literally looking to find somebody to make sure takes the base of this, though.
Usually when there's suspect people saying, hey, this was actually happening, you look the way that they
Yeah.
were pointing, not where
Yeah.
they are.
Right. Right. Good point. I'm going to kick this one off, and then I have to go fill my cup back up because it's empty, and that's not a good thing. And let me see here.
An hour dating.
Okay. So they just picked up where they dropped off at. Thank God.
Yeah, they literally come back a minute later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like Jack spills all the tea on everyone. He does do his best at that, that's for sure. So, he may be nobody in this. He may be nothing. He may have nothing to do with this. I don't think physically he does. I don't think he physically had a hands on anything in this. I just don't believe it. Now, did somebody else possibly do something for him? Yes, that's possible. But again, I'm not 100% on this. I definitely feel like there's things that he's saying that are wrong, that are off, that are making you think. I'll say that. But of anybody that they've seen thus far, he's probably the bottom of my list. I'll say that much. So,
Yeah, I
and
got
again, you guys make your own decisions. Don't they base it on what I say, please. Sorry, go ahead.
I got Jack at the damn near the top of the list, right up there with Dylan.
That's all good. It's all good. That's who's at the top of my list. But yeah,
I mean,
I get it.
I mean, it's 1 and 1A. I got Eric G up there pretty high. I'm still not quite sure what to make out of Emily and Hunter.
There's
And
a
then-
lot of what I would call negative and creepy ass actors in this that may not have nothing to do with this. They're just creepy ass people. Period. There's something wrong with them, even though they may have had nothing to do with this. There's still something not right. Okay, so that's a possibility too. Remember that.
Yeah, and it's funny, Jesse. The ones that you wouldn't think would be capable of
Well,
hurting Kaylee.
Right. Exactly. I know where you're going to go. And I was getting ready to say that too, Jesse, because he probably wouldn't in his normal state of mind. If you're pushed to a limit, and I've seen this before, Jesse, if you get pushed to a limit that you can't come back from of jealousy and there's guys, there's stories and articles and cases of men that have nothing but 100% love and obsession for the person that they go after, end up killing. It happens all the time. But this one, I don't know. Okay, I don't know. And here's the other thing. I don't think he could physically do it. I think Kaylee would have beat the hell out of him. The dude is like, just, yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that part of it, but it would be, I think it would be all over his face. And I think she'd have hurt him. He'd have had bruises and rips and scrapes and scratches and shit. So this is, again, just my opinion. And he had none of that from my understanding. So now, did he know about it? Did he know something was coming? That's something I've been thinking on hard. I absolutely feel like he could have. And he could have been so angry at her that he was like, good, she gets what she gets. Maybe not thinking it was supposed to go to the extreme that it did. That she's just going to get her ass beat by somebody real bad. And then he would have felt okay about that. And it would have gave him some kind of a relief into the things that he believes she was doing to him. But I don't know. These things are reaches, in my opinion, folks. Just so you know, they're just a reach because
Yeah.
any angle is a possible angle. Is all I'm saying. So,
I mean, you have the convenient phone call that he doesn't remember. There's no way on God's green earth he wouldn't not remember.
Yeah.
He's got the easiest access you could possibly ask for to the house.
Sure.
And
all he's got to do, is go out a window, down the roof, off the back, around the camera, and you're right there. I agree with that.
all he's got to do is walk out his front door.
Yeah, but you'd be seen on camera at a certain time, I think. That's all. But he could have walked around in between the houses and not even met that camera. That's true. So
He doesn't have to go by
right.
by 11.
Yeah, I
11,
forgot
12 at
about
all.
that. Well, the 11-12 camera, I believe, picks it up. It has a side view to the left of where it's mounted at that would have picked him up at some point, maybe, but not enough that he would have known. Is all I'm saying. So, but I don't think it was physically him. That's my problem. I don't believe he physically would have done this or could have done this or did do this. Those are my opinions again, but just saying.
Oh,
Just saying.
I just kind of find it funny that everybody goes and rallies around him the second everything goes down.
Right, of course.
Of
course.
But especially with Bethany, that one bothers me the most because there's no connection between the two.
Yeah, I agree.
So
All right.
Why would
Go ahead.
why would Bethany be essentially sticking up for Jack?
That's a good question.
Unprompted.
Unless she's got a thing for him herself.
Well,
Unless she's got a thing for him herself, in my opinion.
Nothing came out of it, so.
Well, that doesn't mean that she didn't have something for him, though. She might have had a little crush on him. I mean, I don't know why, but just saying. Could have been. Could not have been. Many, many options there. If he still loved her, then no way would he think something was going to go down and not protect her. I can agree with that. On we go.
And their house had a party, I wouldn't go.
Hey, you guys, this is Jules. Everything is alleged. So we did our almost 5-hour live review of the 11/17/2022 interview with Jack DeCour. We learned quite a few things. We heard the conversation about the 17-minute phone call. We found out somebody was trying to buy Kaylee's nude photos from him back in September. Somebody was also trying to get photos of Maddie from the so-say fake accounts. We know that time frame is also the time frame that we know there was a lunch that Kaylee went to with several girls who remember Kaylee telling them a story about a stalker type situation. They don't remember the details, but all of them collectively remember it being in September. And this stuff about the photos was 2 months prior to the murders, which would have been September. Very important information, in my opinion, but we learned a lot of other things as well. This is how it was sent to me in these 3 pieces. The only thing I've done here is run it through my editor 3 times now at this point in order to get the volume raised, because Jack is pretty much whispering in this entire thing. So I really did the best I could, guys.
Okay, back on the record, 12:16 p.m. Okay, we were talking about Kaylee and Maddie not being in the same sorority because Maddie didn't get an offer to pledge. And that sometime afterwards, Kaylee had said, let's go back to was dating who's a what's relationship with
I assume they know each other through, but I don't know.
Do you have knowledge of going over to this house in the past?
Wouldn't surprise me at all. Just because there are a lot of people go over there, but I don't know if it ever has.
Okay, let's see if I've got more people on my list here.
That doesn't ring a bell.
And
That's not the same I mentioned earlier, is it?
no, I mentioned earlier.
Okay, yeah, so I don't know what you did.
Okay, let's talk about. Do you know why he seemed to be with the two of them at the grub truck on the video?
It seems as though they walked over together from Corner Club, but I don't know. I mentioned it, but I think Maddie was somewhat friends with him. And last I knew, Kaylee probably didn't even know him, but I mean, I know she made a lot of friends after we broke up.
So after they get their food, as we talked about before, and as we've all seen in the video, they walk away, and the guy he's standing next to sort of gestures to him and says they're walking away, and he lifts his arm up like, "Where are you going?" And then he takes off after him. And then you see him in the video. It looks like he kind of gestures with his left arm the direction they went. Like, I don't know what, he makes some sort of gesture. I don't know whether he said something to him or not. And then it looks to me in the video, he sort of goes this way down the street, and they sort of left the frame to the left. So do you have any insights into any of that at this point?
Yeah, as far as I know, they left the camera's view, got into an Uber car, and then he took off as if he was going to go back to campus on foot. That's how I see it. I know where a grub truck normally parks, and they're always on the same side of the street, so I know that corner that he turned around after leaving.
Do you think that she knew where they lived? Do you think that would have been common enough knowledge because of parties and everything else and Delts coming and going?
It's very likely. She also told me that he lives close by. I don't know.
The Showalter lives close by.
Yeah, I don't know which direction or location.
Is Jake in a fraternity?
He was a, but he graduated last year.
And so the contact you've been having with him, this is him getting. How are you talking to him? Is it on the phone or is it messaging or what?
A few texts, but I've called him the last 2 days.
What's he think?
See, that's so much more fun. Come on, Sonny, spit it out. What do you want to say?
Do you know who friends are, other than just generally?
I don't know. Kind of seemed like he didn't have a group that he really belonged with, just based off like seeing him at the bar and stuff, but I don't know.
Why do you think that Maddie and Kaylee were with him coming from the corner club?
I don't know. It kind of seemed to me, just based on like body language and stuff like that in the video, that they were kind of trying to get rid of him without being mean. So I could just see him like talking to them at the club, and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna leave. Hey, we're gonna go to Grub Truck," and I could see him saying, "I'll come with you." And just walked out with him.
Yeah.
I still would like to know if the clubs, the corner clubs video shows them leaving together, because I know that is there, and then they show up on camera at the Grub Truck together. So I'm making those assumptions that they left the club and arrived at Grub Truck together.
I apologize if I've already asked you this, but did you know before all this? I mean, if you had seen him, would you like, oh, that's his name, and he's a...
No, I would recognize his face for sure, but I wouldn't have been able to put a name on it. Maybe his first name.
So, looks like he's or something. He's also a... do you think that was at the corner club with, or do you have any knowledge about that at all?
I never saw them together. I don't remember seeing at the club at all. So I'm not sure. I don't even know if they're friends.
Well, they're in the same fraternity. They gotta be.
Yeah, I'm sure they're at least mutually friends, but I don't know if they hang out.
Have you had any contact with, or since that night?
Yeah.
Have they
just Natalie?
Have they talked about or whether he was there? Or?
I saw, because of Kaylee's got access to Kaylee's phone records the day after it happened, and it showed that Kaylee called me, or vice versa, at like 1:07 when Kaylee was still at the club. So I called her to ask if she knew anything. She's the one who told me about, and she said she knows, and at first she didn't think the picture from him at the club and the guy at the food truck was the same person. But everyone else thinks it is. Other than that, it's just been, she's asked me if I'm like okay and stuff. That's it.
Okay.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yes, sir.
I
You said
got
that
a thing.
You got a thing?
Yeah. Why would the ex-girlfriend's sister be reaching out?
Good question.
Especially if the rumors are true that, like, Kaylee was not on speaking terms with anybody.
Good question.
And then on top of that, who the hell thinks of looking in the phone records that quickly?
No, right.
Like, we're talking within 48 hours.
Agreed. I can agree. Very good point.
That is
Very good point.
That is, of course, unless you've already come to terms with it.
That's which I don't see how that's possible, but yes, that's true.
Because you
or if you knew it was going to happen, you had already brought yourself to terms with it. Yes.
Yeah, that's where I was going.
I kind of get it. Yeah, fully understand. Pretty wild, bro.
Now I want to know where Olivia's was.
Thank you. Good question. Moving forward, Justy Lynn. By the way, that has no bearing for anything. I just say it because she says I always say it, so I like to say it to her now.
All right, let's move on.
Moving on.
Another dude at the club, older guy.
The army guy?
Yeah.
I think I've given you that guy, yeah.
Let me go back to when you went down the street. Why did the police officer put you in the back of the patrol car for 45 minutes?
I don't know. I think.
Was that optional on your part, or were you being detained?
I wasn't in cuffs or anything, but he put me back there and he closed it. I didn't try to open the door and get out or anything, but he came and checked on me a few times, and then after probably a half hour, I was in shorts, and so it was cold out. After a half hour, he came and opened it, and then he said, "Hey man, you can come out here if you want to stay warm in here. You can." And I was cold, so I stayed in there. And he pulled the door shut, but didn't latch it. So if I wanted to get out, I could.
Did he tell you why he was putting you in the back of his car?
Not really. It was kind of just right after I told him I'm the ex-boyfriend and the owner of the dog that's in there. And I was emotional at the time, and I was being a little angry just because I wanted to know what was going on. I don't know why he did it. I wasn't really even thinking about that. My mind was just racing.
So when we first were talking, you said that you had 3 or 4 names. When I asked you who do you think would be capable of this or might have done this, and you said, well, I have 3 or 4 names. And we got to, was there somebody besides the 2 of them?
The Uber driver. And the 4th one was, who I know. He had just, in the video, spoken with, had a conversation with him. The audio doesn't really pick up what it was or anything, but I wasn't really saying that guy as a suspect. I was just saying him as he might know something.
Do you know who the heavyset guy was that's on the video?
I don't know who it is, no.
Do you know who the guy with the long hair and the funky shirt is on the video?
That's
really?
So at that point, he's talking about Hayden Bia and Joe Vidal. For those of you that didn't know that.
Actually identified him, identified him to me. He has long hair in the video. I don't know him. I don't even know if I've ever seen him, so I don't know.
This was issued about a year ago. Does that seem like the same guy to you?
It could be. I know in the video he has facial hair,
long hair, ponytail, long hair in back. That's fast growing hair if it's him. Do you recognize this guy?
Is that?
I'm asking you if you recognize him.
It kind of looks like the profile picture, but if it's not him, then no.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said. He's talking about Hayden Villa and Joe Vado, the heavyset guy and the guy with the long hair. That's their names, both of them.
Anybody, do you or any of your roommates or anybody peripherally connected to this have military service?
I heard that was in like the Army service of some sort. Other than that, none of my roommates.
Welcome, Miss Jilly Bean. It's been a minute. Good to see you here. Thank you for joining us.
Anybody in ROTC?
There's an ROTC his freshman year, but he stopped and I was a senior. I don't know if anyone else.
Okay. Going back to the bar, do you remember anything more significant that happened at the corner club while you were there? Either between you and Kaylee, or between you and somebody else, or between somebody else and the girls? I mean, anything else happened there that you can think of we haven't talked about?
No, I mean, it was a pretty normal night. I was kind of somewhat located with my friends on one side of the bar. She was kind of with her friends on the other. Yeah, nothing out of the blue.
Given what we believe with Kaylee and Maddie, or with Kaylee and Jack, that tension's got to be palpable.
Good point. Agreed.
That's one of those where the people sitting in the middle of the bar who may not quite know everything but know some things, they're just kind of like thinking they're sitting on a ticking time bomb.
Right.
Especially if what Patterson said was true, that Kaylee is making it loud and proud, known to everybody that'll listen. Her and Jack are never getting back together.
Exactly. They are never, ever, ever getting back together. Ever. Ever. Never. Welcome, Lisa Q. Demira, welcome to you as well. Lost Faith, good to see you. Go ahead, bud.
And my kind of guess is that 17-minute phone call was Jack pretty much pouring his heart out, and then Jack ended the call with something that made Kaylee very uncomfortable, and was trying to call him back to clarify.
See, I took that. I said this yesterday too. The way that looks to me, and I could be completely wrong because I wasn't there, but the context of it reminds me of the 17-minute call happened. There was a confrontational conversation that was had that was just not, it was very uncomfortable. And maybe Jack was like, you know what, fuck this, I'm done with this, hung up on her. So they start calling him back immediately, as we see, back-to-back phone calls, one after another, after another, after another, after another. Maddie starts doing it and texts, come on, dude, what the fuck, bro? You know, stuff like that. Wake up or some shit like that. Maybe he passed out or whatever it was. Or he just didn't want to talk to them at that point because of something that was stated.
Well, and then you have, what kind of throws me off is if you're in that kind of crisis with Kaylee and Maddie, why are you calling Xana and then Bethany?
Well, see, that's what I was going to say is there's something else that happened, because as soon as he doesn't answer, I think that's the point that Maddie tries to get a hold of. Well, I think it's Xana and Bethany. Okay. What's going on that you're trying to reach out to them at the same time that you're trying to reach out to him? The two don't line up to me. So there's something there possibly.
Yeah, and I think you guys brought it up, but in that mega cast thing that you did with Lana, Birdie, and all them,
right?
Was the two people that were not called.
Never, JC, never.
The two people that were not called were Ethan and Dylan. Why?
Right. It's a good question. That's the great question. Just as much as when Ethan was added to that group, the Cougar Den thing or whatever, How come there was 2 other people that weren't added to that? I don't know. There's some weird things here within this that has us asking questions that I think need to be asked as to why these things happen the way they did. Thank you, SRB.
And I don't know if you saw, but there was an Airbnb called the Cougar Den.
Right. I did see that. I did.
So,
but the way it's listed though is it was, unless they named it that for that reason, it was a Snapchat group, I thought. So, is it because of that Airbnb, or is it just what they decided to call it?
I mean, it's still odd that Xana wasn't in that group.
I agree.
Was.
I do agree.
So,
and then if you look back as to what I said a couple of weeks back, I did a show stating that something was going on around Ethan that night that I found highly uncomfortable. Something wasn't right. Okay, there's people messaging him saying you're being cheated on. Him and Xana are separated at some point throughout the night as well. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense.
And those are coming from work product, not from Ethan's phone.
Oh, right. Exactly. Yeah, the other ones come from his phone. This is work product, so it's curious to what that is. So,
yeah, which something doesn't add up there. And I think the last actionable thing on Ethan's phone was 5 o'clock at night.
Oh, right.
So, again, that leads me to believe I think Ethan was the first one gone.
Yeah, it could be. It could be 100%. It could be. And here's the thing: he may have been at the house by himself without Xana being there yet. That's another thing to think about.
And he may have been gone. He may have been gone hours before.
We don't. That's true. We don't know that. We don't. Well, no. There's some other comments. There were transfers back and forth between him and Hunter. Are you still drinking at Sigma Chi? And then he sent some messages to Hunter or somebody saying you need to come drink with me and Bethany and Xana and things like that. So there's some activity from him at certain times of the night. But then at some point, there isn't. So we don't know. We don't know for sure. Or with Pete. Yeah, right. So I don't know. I don't know. Eddie was in the chat. I don't know what he's doing. He might be busy. Welcome, Andy Joe. I don't know. There's a lot of different options with this, Dylan, that we could take into account, and could be or not be. There's Eddie right there. Ooh. We called it off again last night, but ooh. This time I'm telling you. What the hell are you doing there, Eddie? Is he singing a song? Never seen him do that before. Tomboy, welcome. Crazy people needn't enter this chat without proper paperwork and identifications. All right. Interesting. Okay. On we go. He's singing. Good stuff. You good, Eddie? I hope you're good, bud.
Where's your dog?
I have him now.
You have the dog. Why do you think, do you have any insight on why, how do I ask this without leading me too much?
Why don't you describe what you know about it? How's that?
And
how do you know it?
Not super close with either of them. Met once or twice, even though I walked through their house and walked past them, I never really knew them very well. As far as them, the night of, I've heard a few different versions.
Who did you hear it from?
I heard a little bit of talking, like a few hours after everyone found out. I heard from Kaylee's sister. I don't know how she knows, but that's how I found out that she was sleeping in the basement.
When you were sitting was it on the curb when the police were there the next day?
Street, yeah.
On the street. Did you have a conversation with either of these girls about what had happened?
Not a conversation with them, no.
Did they make any statements that you recall about what had happened?
I can't remember who it was, but someone spoke up about being mad at the university. Got a text before.
Dylan did. She told you the whole damn story, bro.
I was sitting there even then.
Did either one of them make any statement about seeing the guy in the house?
I remember saying that she made eye contact with this guy and was scared and ran downstairs.
Did she describe him at all?
She said
Dylan told him the whole story, so I don't know why he's having to be pushed to tell that. I mean, the guy asked the question pretty basically. You could have just answered it, but he's like being pushed. Welcome, Moto. Good to see you, bud. He has to be pushed to tell this story. Kind of interesting.
she could only see his eyes and nose.
And I will add,
I've asked.
the last actual thing that came from Ethan's phone was he texted. I gotta go back. I gotta scroll back up a little bit. He texts Hunter "yup" at 12:43.
Right.
So anytime around then.
Yeah, and it could. Can I rewind? I can. How far back, dear? Sorry. How you doing today, Moto? Thanks for joining us, bud.
Dude, I'm stuffed right now. I ate so much food.
The way you're sitting, it looks like it. Would you have a cookout or something?
We barbecued a prime rib roast.
Oh, shit, that sounds amazing. Very good. Very good. Sounds good.
I had meatloafs and Cheez-Its.
Hey, that's still not bad. Fuck.
Nope.
I'd eat that.
Cheez-Its good. I like Cheez-Its. They're awesome.
And our Rice Krispie treat.
Those are amazing. I love those.
Yeah, my mom makes them.
I love them. I like to add extra butter to them because I love the way they buttery. Anyway, we're not talking about food. Damn it, guys.
Odo started it.
I know. It's okay. I asked him anyway. It is what it is. All right, on we go.
I have a conversation with him, though.
Did they make any statements that you recall about what had happened?
I think
I'm going to let it play, gentlemen. I'm going to get more coffee. I'll be right back with it.
I can't remember who it was, but someone spoke up about being mad at the university. Got a text before I was sitting there even now.
Did either one of them make any statement about seeing the guy in the house?
I remember saying that she made eye contact with this guy and was scared and ran downstairs.
Did she describe him at all?
She said she could only see his eyes and nose. I've asked her since then if she remembers what he was wearing or anything like that. She says she wishes she was, but she said she was happy. So.
I mean,
yeah.
It seems it would take some amount of commotion, some amount of noise to murder,
right,
to go down the line. I mean, it's just hard to sit back and think, like, why did somebody wake up? So, yeah, it would be uncommon for them to be so inebriated.
Yeah. I've also heard that when he saw this guy, he got scared and like ran down to the basement into the room, and he was like, and she.
That's from Keely's sister, right?
Yeah, and she told about it. And it was like already drunk and sleeping kind of, and she just said, "Hey, you're just being drunk and just not worried about it. Go to bed." So they both slept down there, and then apparently woke up. Knowing that something had happened.
How did they know something had happened?
But they were too scared to walk upstairs, so that's what they called. You must have called to come check it out.
So, or called it, and then it had call?
I think so. That's what I thought.
Both.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it lives where?
I think at the Whites, somewhere close by, I'm not sure.
Over here.
Yeah.
but so if the murderer was dealing with Kaylee and Maddie, like, it seems like maybe Zane or Ethan would have heard it, or vice versa. Like, so it would be common for either one of those pairs to be so inebriated they wouldn't have.
Right.
I mean, on the video, it looks like Kaylee and Maddie have had quite a bit to drink, especially Maddie. She's stumbling around pretty visibly in the video.
And I know them and drunk them, and Maddie did seem a little more intoxicated, but Kaylee wasn't to any point where she couldn't have fought back or called someone or yelled or anything like that.
Okay.
And Maddie too, even though she was a little more so. But I know them. They drink. They know how to handle themselves. Like,
So, and please don't take this to be an offensive question. It's just, again, we're just trying to figure out where to look. These girls, would it be unknown for them to have a one-night stand, or to, like, you know what I mean? Because this, like, would that have shocked you if you heard one of these girls hook up with a guy and they never did, or they rebuffed the guy? Like, we're trying to figure out, like, would there be a scenario where there's a guy out there in the winds who, like, hooked up with
came home with them? Came
home with them, like.
I know neither of them were afraid to hang out with the guy or have a guy come hang out at their house. But I, in all honesty, believe Kaylee and trust when Kaylee has told me, even months after we broken up, that she hasn't had any sexual contact or anything like that.
And you believe that too, huh? I guess he's denser than I thought he was. Jesus Christ. I mean, come on, dude.
The guy was in denial, man. It's
obvious. It's obvious.
He was taking this pretty hard.
Yeah. There's more coming. It's coming.
Maddie did have a boyfriend. I know she has.
Your boyfriend's right?
Yeah.
So the two girls are coming home from the bar, both having been at least somewhat inebriated. In the realm of possibility of 0 being it would never happen and 100% that's totally normal, would a guy have come home with them, or would they have invited a guy over at that time of night after coming home from the bar?
I doubt it at that time of night.
If they were to invite a guy over, either one of them, who do you think that would be?
Probably, I don't know which two you're asking with me, but
I'm just saying, if there's a guy out there that we haven't heard of yet, that these girls might have met at the bar or known that they would invite in, like either came home with them or knocked on the door and they let him in. We're trying to figure out how the guy got in the house. He either had the code, the door was unlocked, or they let him in. So this is the they let him in question. Who would that be, do you think?
I've been trying to think of that the last 2 days, and I just don't know. I was kind of in touch with Kaylee, but not what her life was.
Why did you want me to stop, Wellington? It's a pretty dumb question to ask. I agree.
I mean, he's not going to know. The only thing that's going to make him do is squirm.
I mean, honestly, he shouldn't know. I think SRB said it. Kaylee didn't know him any of that. They're broke up. That's not his business at this point. This cop is almost sounds like the cop's trying to get him, like, stress him the fuck out or something. You know what I mean? Get him all worked up and upset. Maybe that's a tactic they're using to get him to spit something out, they think, maybe. But no, it doesn't make sense. Why do you give up, Michelle? What is going on in the chat? Is there something I'm missing? I agree that she did too. I think she was playing head games with him to some extent. I'm sorry to say that, and I don't mean it again to bash her, but I think she was. I think she was playing the best of both worlds, you know, knowing that Jack would bow down and do anything for her, and at the same time go in the other direction for what she's looking for.
She needs to keep him satisfied to have somebody else to look after the dog for her when she's not around, right? So
Yeah, that's what I mean, Wellington. He's almost mocking him. Agreed. He knows. This is so crazy. This cop is an asshole. I do not like this guy at all.
It's Van Luthen, isn't it?
Van Leuven, Van Loser, whatever. Yeah, I did back up 60 seconds. I was asked, so I'll go back again. Here we go. I have to play that part again. Sorry. Oh, I get it, Wellington. It's okay. No worries. Not your fault. Back on it again.
And Maddie too, even though she was a little more so.
Like, what I want to know is why weren't these questions asked to Bethany and Dylan? Why weren't their feet held to the fire?
Good point. Very good point.
Because
I mean, they think
they would actually know.
Well, this was their number one suspect, I think, and I think they were really trying to break him down. That's what I think this here's all about: trying to get him to break down and just spit shit out of anger or disgust or despair. But you can't do it if you don't have it. You know what I mean?
You would do this to the people that were there because they might, emotionally break out and spit out the information that you actually want to try to figure out, like what Dylan's trying to say.
Yes,
well,
I can agree.
The thing is, if you're just pressing buttons to press buttons, it's not going to work. You got to figure out what the right buttons are. Therefore, and the only way you're going to get that kind of information is from people who would actually know. Jack, he knows he's not going. He knows that he's not supposed to know, even if he does know.
Well, yeah, but the thing is truly you can kind of tell almost if they know or if they don't know. You know what I mean? And this guy, I think they're just draining an empty gourd here. Period. There's nothing here with it, and in that aspect, I don't think. So, but go ahead and waste your time. I mean, it is what it is. They did that a lot. They didn't do any kind of a real investigation anyway. Now, this is the one and only time, I swear to God, you guys, that I've seen anybody do what I call real investigative work. The only time in this damn case. Why didn't they do this for anybody else?
I think Jack was too smart for them anyways.
Probably, I can agree.
But yeah, I mean, you gotta get the correct information in order to press the right buttons to get him to say something.
Right.
If you're throwing stuff at the wall, then odds are it's not going to hit.
Right. Agreed. And again,
that's what they're doing here.
Burkat lady is right. They may be pressing buttons to catch him in a lie or say something he doesn't want to reveal, but this guy's horrible. He is. He's probably one of the worst detectives, worst people I've ever seen question anybody. I mean, I think my son could do better than this, to be honest with you, and he has no idea how to do it. So, that JD, I wanted to ask if JD was suspect number one. Yeah. Well, at this stage, the 17th, I still believe he was listed as number one. He was their first and initial only suspect at the beginning, and then I think Showalter was added on. And I think that might be because within this interview, obviously Showalter was there at the grub truck with them, and people were pointing their fingers at Showalter like from day one. And so they had no choice but to make him a suspect or a subject of interest. But it never panned out. And then when they got Bryan, Jesus Christ, everybody was gone. Nobody existed anymore but Bryan. As we all
At this
have
point in
seen.
time, all you heard was Jack D this, Jack D that.
Right.
It was Jack D or Jack Showalter.
Yeah, the two Jacks, right. There was a few other people thrown in, but these two were like number one on the list, including in the police's eyes. So, ridiculous. SRB said they tried to take the simplest route here, so they didn't have to show what really happened. That's a good point. Very good point.
Well, I think they were setting up for Showalter to take the fall, and then the FBI came in with Kohberger's name.
I also think that Showalter's family stepped in and said, "You're not going to do this to him." Nope. And they had good attorneys, probably their own family. Said, "No, this is not going to happen this way." And that's probably where that happened. If anything, which we all know that Steve tells a lot of stories, but if he says any part of what he said was true, that Showalter's family approached him and said, "You better shut down. look another direction, and there's going to be consequences at that point, because I think they were putting it out there that they believed he was involved. Well, that stopped pretty quick. If that's true, it probably worked this way too, because there's some higher ups that are involved in his family that are probably important people.
Yeah.
And that more than likely is what prevented him from being the fall guy here, in my opinion.
The thing is, I don't think that happened. I don't think Showalter's attorneys or the Showalter family rolled up. I don't think anything like that happened. Pretty much, if Steve G said it happened, assume the opposite.
Well, I believe it happened, at least with law enforcement here. Okay, is what I'm saying. Like, at the very least,
with law enforcement, I could see it. I could see that, but
I think his family jumped in real quick and fast, and his mom. You saw his mother in that interview. There was no way in God's green earth they were going to let this kid take that fall. Period. They were too involved right away. So that's my opinion. Like, they probably grabbed their attorneys real quick. His mother's a doctor, so on and so forth. She sat through and talked through most of the interview. They had that shit shut down. I think his mom might have caught on to what they were trying to do, possibly too. So they weren't. He wasn't going to be the one. End of story. So they had. And maybe that was maybe that's what happened, you guys. Maybe Showalter was going to be the one, and with the intervention with his family and his mom and everything, realizing that they're not going to let them do that. They had to find Bryan. They had to go find somebody else that's going to be the fall guy for it, and here we are. I mean, that's a possibility. I don't know. It's just a thought. Did I go back far enough, Tomboy? Well, I probably help if I played it and shut up, right? Yeah, we'll see. Sorry. Thank you, SRB.
He got scared and ran down to the basement into the room, and he was like, and she.
That's from Keely's sister, right?
Yeah, and she told about it, and was already drunk and sleeping kind of, and she just said, "Hey, you're just being drunk, and stop worrying about it. Go to bed." So they both slept down there, and then apparently woke up knowing that something had happened.
How did they know something had happened?
But they were too scared to walk upstairs, so that's what they called. It must have.
Did you guys catch that? Listen to that again.
Woke up knowing that something had happened. Apparently woke up knowing that something had happened.
Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Because nobody went to sleep. They woke up knowing something happened. Are you serious? But we're afraid to go upstairs. No, they were awake all night. They knew what happened, especially Dylan. So this is insane. When he's talking about Kaylee's sister. I think I just passed that. Jesus.
The guy in the house.
I mean,
I remember
Dylan. I think it was Dylan was telling Jack as Jack was walking up everything that happened.
She did tell the story, yeah. But then they go into it more.
Yeah, but is it a new story that she's telling him?
When he walks up the hills, taking his good old time, walking up to where they're all standing there, I backed up to. They want to hear what about Kaylee's sister again, so I backed up to that. But hold on.
Then the night of.
When he does that, okay, Dylan goes into her whole number, well, you want to call it, whatever, her show, displays all of that to him, tells him everything. He just stands there and stares until she gets pulled away from him, and then does her own thing. And then, Jack ends up putting in the back of the police cruiser, blah, 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 so on and so forth. But the story that he's believing at this point is that they woke up knowing something happened. That doesn't make any fucking sense, okay? You don't just wake up and know something happened.
Dago, first of all, maybe they were told something that night or whatever after whatever happened. And then when he's walking up, Dylan gets his attention and spits out this other story. So he knows he knows that he has to change up his story because they don't want to tell what really happened. Do you get what I'm saying?
I do. It's very possible. Anything is at this point. Agreed.
It's like here's what this is what we're all going to say.
Sure. It absolutely makes perfect sense, sir. All right, I think I went back far to not this time, Tomboy. Let's see here if this is right.
Once or twice, even though I walked through their house and walked past them, I never really knew them very well. As far as them the night of, I've heard a few different versions.
Who did you hear it from?
I heard a little bit of talking, like a few hours after I won't find out. I heard from Kaylee's sister. I don't know how she knows, but that's how I found out that she was sleeping in the basement.
When you were sitting was it on the curb when the police were there the next day? On the street. Did you have a conversation with either of these girls about what had happened?
Not a conversation with them, though.
Did they make any statements that you recall about what had happened?
I can't remember who it was, but someone spoke up about being mad that the university got a text before us sitting there, even then.
Did either one of them make any statement about seeing the guy in the house?
I remember saying that she made eye contact with this guy and was scared and ran downstairs.
Did she describe him at all?
She said she could only see his eyes and nose. I've asked her since then if she remembers what he was wearing or anything like that. She says she wishes she was, but she said she was out of it. So.
It seems it would take some amount of commotion, some amount of noise to murder, to go down the line. I mean, it's just hard to sit back and think, like, why did somebody wake up? But it would be uncommon for them to be so inebriated.
Yeah. I've also heard that when he saw this guy, he got scared and like ran down to the basement into the room, and he was like, and she.
That's from Kaylee's sister, right?
Yeah, and she told about it. And was like already drunk and sleeping kind of, and she just said, "Hey, you're just being drunk, and stop worrying about it. Go to bed." So they both slept down there, and then apparently woke up. Knowing that something had happened.
How did they know something had happened?
Okay. But they were too scared to walk upstairs, so that's what they called. They must have called to come check it out.
So, or called it, and then it had a call?
I think so. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it lives where?
I think at the Whites, somewhere close by, I'm not sure.
Over here.
Yeah.
But so if the murderer was dealing with Kaylee and Maddie, like, it seems like maybe Lena or Ethan would have heard it, or vice versa. Like, so it wouldn't be uncommon for either one of those pairs to be so inebriated they wouldn't have.
Right.
I mean, on the video, it looks like Kaylee and Maddie have had quite a bit to drink.
You saying something, bud? Okay.
Especially Maddie, she's stumbling around.
Yeah.
Pretty visibly on the video.
And I know them and drunk them, and Maddie did seem a little more.
Was this said somewhere that I missed too? About the what am I not hearing? Who said Kaylee was sleeping in the basement? Am I missing? I missed that too, I think. It's probably in the redactions, which would make sense.
More intoxicated, but Kaylee wasn't to any point where she couldn't have fought back or called someone or yelled or anything like that.
Okay.
And Maddie too, even though she was a little more so. But I know them. They drink. They know how to handle themselves. Like.
Dude, that's so fucking obvious. Hold up there a second, Dago.
Why is he whispering this, by the way? Why isn't he just not talking, you know?
I can explain this. So
okay.
What's happening is he's talking in his normal tone. They're turning the volume down.
That's what it seems like. It's crazy.
He's talking in a normal tone, and you can hear them gradually turn that that volume down.
So that they're missing the statement from it, right? And it's not clearly stated. That's ridiculous. That would make sense. It does, because you can hear the volume going down slowly. Truly. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Because Dylan's room was on the second floor, so naturally he would expect her to be in the basement. He wouldn't expect her to be in the basement sleeping. True.
And you know what? That actually makes sense if she was in the basement sleeping. That actually puts everything together.
It kind of does. And you're talking about Kaylee being down there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I said that before. What if Kaylee was in the office in that spare room? Okay. What if she was down there doing something and she fell asleep down there or whatever, separate from Maddie, so on and so forth, and something completely changed? That would change the entire fucking timeline, the entire story, folks.
No, it makes all of the evidence, all the blood we see in those two parts of the house, it makes it all relevant.
It would explain how Kaylee's blood got where it did. Yes, I agree.
Exactly. The only thing it doesn't explain is how do they have a little bit of Maddie's blood in the bottom portion of that stairwell right at the bottom floor.
Exactly.
That's the only thing I'm really confused about right now. Kaylee, I think in my mind, I've got something figured out, but for Maddie, it's still I'm still drawing a blank.
No, I get it. Tomboy said, JD said that he talked to Kaylee's sister, and he thought that was how she knew she slept in the basement. That's what I'm saying. Like, is this something that Gonsalves has put out that got everybody confused again, or is this something that's true that was redacted from the actual narrative? That's where I'm getting lost at myself, because we've never heard that before, ever, never. But it would completely explain things that are unexplainable. It would explain Kaylee's blood being on the half wall, the stairwell area, the living room pong table. Every bit of it would explain that. That would explain how she ended up where she was. Then we just have to see that at that point realize that somebody took her up to the third floor and put her in bed with Maddie. Why did that happen that way? Why did that have to be the way it happened? There's the question.
Here's one way. So in any of those pictures, was there ever a shower curtain in that downstairs bathroom?
Well, there's one in the pictures we saw. There's two. There's an actual shower curtain there. It's just pushed all the way to the side. But
okay, all right, then never mind.
Yeah, you couldn't see it in the photographs they did. It was pushed clear to the wall.
Okay.
There's a blue and white one, I think, striped is what you see.
What about in the upstairs one?
Those are not the type of showers that would take a curtain. It's like a stand-in shower with a door on it. Weren't Olivia and Kaylee not talking though? I mean, yeah, that's a good point, Fizz. So how would Olivia know anything? From my understanding, all of her siblings were blocked on all her social media aspects, and she wasn't talking to anybody at that point.
Yeah, but what about her cousin that was going to school with her?
There was her cousin there, yeah. That could be, and her brother was still there. So I don't know. I don't know of who was talking to her and who wasn't.
Said that the party was shot up, no, or that the house was shot up.
Yeah, right.
And I think her cousin was young enough. She probably had ties to that crowd, no?
Could be. Yeah, very well could be. Maybe she had a guest. That's another good point, Wellington. Actually, a good point. It would contradict what Steve was saying about he didn't meet. See, at this point, you guys, and I don't mean this, I mean this with every ounce of due respect I can possibly give them. I don't think I can trust nor believe a fucking word that they've said. Honestly, I'm not trying to be an ass here or be nasty or mean, but every damn thing they've told us has turned out to be some kind of a story that was created or a lie for that matter. And it's being blamed on everybody else but them. Why? Something's wrong with this, okay? Almost everything they've told us has turned out to be not true. I can't give you a reason why, but it's a fact.
The only thing that the parents would know is gonna come from the police, who are obviously not necessarily being totally honest.
They
about
did
the
hire
investigation.
they did hire PIs. So either their PIs were garbage or they were working for the other side somehow and they were giving them a bunch of bullshit because
Well,
that's where a lot of their other information came from too.
Well, the only information is PIs are going to get it. It's going to be from the law. It's going to be from the local law enforcement. So they're not going to tell the private PIs anything they don't want them to know.
Right.
They're not going
Right.
to let the private PIs in the house to investigate the crime scene either.
Of
So
course not. No.
all the PIs are going to be able to feed Gonzalez is what the police want to feed Gonzalez, and it's just utter bullshit.
Of course. Yes. And Linda, yes, there were bathrooms, there were showers in all three bathrooms. The one on Xana's bathroom was a walk-in stand-up shower with a glass door. The one on the third floor was the same as well. From what I remember, there was no shower curtains or regular bathtubs or anything. It was just two stand-up showers, second and third floor. The only one that had a bathtub with a regular shower in it was the first floor bathroom. So, Steve G, the brother was at the parents' house in CDA. He would have to get the same U of I, Idaho alert. Oh, well, there you go. So he wasn't on campus when that happened.
Don't you think her brother would have had friends that would have maybe have been around the area when this went down? Like, you think they would have heard some rumors?
I can agree. Yes.
And I think it's completely odd that the brother hasn't said a fucking peep.
Good point, too. Lucy said, I don't know why they say Sabrina called. She's in her 30s. No, they said their niece at that time was on campus, living there, going to school, is what they told us initially. So I don't know. That's craziness. Absolute craziness. Good points, Lucy, too. Eve's in the house. Good to see you, Eve. Thank you for being here. That's how I found out she was sleeping in the basement is from Olivia about DM sleeping in the basement, not Kaylee. Kaylee lived in Xana's room through the summer and then moved upstairs the last 2 months. I remember hearing that. Thank you, Eve.
Wait,
Sabrina Butts was married.
Wait, I'm confused now. So Kaylee was not sleeping in the basement, or Kaylee was sleeping in the basement?
This is what I'm confused about myself, sir. I can't give you a true to life answer.
What do you think, Dylan?
I mean, by all accounts, she was living upstairs, but at this point, who knows? I mean, just by obviously everybody's different, but and her having the dog may have played an influence on it. But I mean, if I had my first pick, I'd be picking that first floor. It's away from everything, and I don't mean just like everything that happened, but I mean just in general. Like it's first floor is far enough away from down from the where all the parties would be at, and it's close enough to the door to where I'd be where I can just walk out and do whatever I want without having to go through people.
It's also cooler down there in the summer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
it would be.
I do find it interesting if she was living on the first floor, why go all the way up to the third?
Everything she had was in that room. All her furniture and all her belongings were in that third floor bedroom, though.
It's either that or she didn't want to come home and have to have her bedroom right there when there was a party going on. And I guess she would have been closer to Maddie upstairs too, right?
Well, yeah, but unless there was another reason why she was staying in the basement area.
Because we do have the rumor that Maddie and Kaylee were not getting along.
That happened beforehand. I think they had gotten over that. They didn't talk for like 3 months or something like that, supposedly, and they worked it out. We don't know, but this is what my thoughts are. She was in that basement office doing something, working, maybe on one of the websites she did stuff for. Could be, but that could be a possibility too. Don't forget that.
But also, if you come home completely tankard, and the first thing you want to do is, throw up. You go to that bathroom, you throw up, and then you pass out in that bed right near the bathroom.
Very close to it. Yeah, that's very plausible. Very plausible. But then what about Dylan stating that her and Murphy were dancing up there? There's that too.
That whole dancing with Murphy thing, I think that's just a cover for whatever events took place upstairs in that living room.
It was to explain any noise that would be coming that
Right.
may have been picked up.
Could explain it. Lucy, share that with me personally so I can click on it too, dear. Please and thank you. All right, onward we go.
So, and please don't take this to be an offensive question. It's just, again, we're just trying to figure out where to look. These girls, would it be unknown for them to have a one-night stand or to, like, you know what I mean? Because this, like, would that have shocked you if you heard one of these girls hook up with a guy and they never did, or they rebuffed a guy? Like, we're trying to figure out, like, would there be a scenario where there's a guy out there in the winds who, like, hooked up with
came home with him?
Came home with him, like.
I know neither of them were afraid to hang out with the guy or have a guy come hang out at their house. But I, in all honesty, believe Kaylee and trust when Kaylee has told me, even months after we broke up, that she hasn't had any sexual contact or anything like that. And Maddie did have a boyfriend. I know she has.
Your boyfriend's right?
Yeah.
So the two girls are coming home from the bar, both having been at least somewhat inebriated. In the realm of possibility of 0 being it would never happen and 100% that's totally normal, would a guy have come home with them, or would they have invited a guy over at that time of night after coming home from the bar?
I doubt it at that time of night.
If they were to invite a guy over, either one of them, who do you think that would be?
Probably, I don't know which two you're asking between. But
I'm just saying, if there's a guy out there that we haven't heard of yet, that these girls might have met at the bar or known that they would invite in, like either came home with them or knocked on the door and they let him in. We're trying to figure out how the guy got in the house. He either had a code, the door was unlocked, or they let him in. So this is the they let him in question. Who would that be, do you think?
I've been trying to think of that the last 2 days, and I just don't know. I was kind of in touch with Kaylee, but not what her life was involved with outside of her and I.
But you're not aware of Maddie having any relationships beyond her boyfriend?
No guys hanging around Maddie regularly.
I mean, she would hang out with guys, but like
somebody
there wasn't
over
like
the house.
someone that she continuously was seeing.
Okay, so I was asked to go back to timestamp 20 minutes to find the part that Michelle F. and Tomboy were asking about. Right here, I guess. Well, it's most of it's redacted, but 1 minute. Then I'll jump back to where we were. This is completely redacted, so
I really didn't know. Like, met once or twice, even though I walked through their house and walked past them. I just didn't.
This is where I went back to before. I don't know what you guys didn't get, what was missed there, but we'll do it again.
I really know very well. As far as them the night of, I've heard a few different versions.
Who did you hear it from?
I heard a little bit of talking, like a few hours after I won't find out. I heard from Kaylee's sister. I don't know how she knows, but that's how I found out that she was sleeping in the basement.
When you were sitting on was it on the curb when the police were there the next day? On the street. Did you have a conversation with either of these girls about what had happened?
I had a conversation with them, though.
Did they make any statements that you recall about what had happened?
I can't remember who it was, but someone spoke up about being mad that the university got a text before us sitting there even knew.
Did either one of them make any statement about seeing the guy in the house?
I remember saying that she made eye contact with this guy and was scared and ran downstairs.
Did she describe him at all?
She said she could only see his eyes and nose. I've asked her since then if she remembers what he was wearing or anything like that. She says she wishes she was, but she said she was happy. So. I mean, yeah.
It seems it would take some amount of commotion, some amount of noise to murder,
Right.
to go down the line. I mean, it's just hard to sit back and think, like, why didn't somebody wake up? Like, it would be uncommon for them to be so inebriated.
Yeah.
Okay, did you guys get the part you needed? Still, I'm not quite sure what I'm missing either, but
I thought I heard him say that.
say that again.
Downstairs in that room. Did I get that part right? Did you hear that too?
No, hold on. One more time.
Did either one of them make any statement about seeing the guy in the house?
I remember saying that she made eye contact with this guy and was scared and ran downstairs.
Did she describe him at all?
She said she could only see his eyes and nose.
Now I'm gonna make a quick statement here. If I remember correctly, Olivia. Hold on a minute. If I remember correctly, Olivia had a bit of a hard-on for Dylan in the beginning, believing that Dylan was, let off too soon, and possibly that she had something to be involved in it. Okay, had some part of being involved in this, possibly. I do remember that and getting that feeling from her as well. So at that point, is very plausible. But yeah. Anyway, I'll let this go on forward. Wellington said, "Listen to the way he's talking."
I've asked her since then if she remembers what he was wearing or anything like that. She says she wishes she was, but she said she was happy. So. I mean, yeah.
It seems it would take some amount of commotion, some amount of noise to murder, to go down the line. I mean, it's just hard to sit back and think, like, why didn't somebody wake up? Like, it would be uncommon for them to be so inebriated.
Yeah. I've also heard that when he saw this guy, he got scared and like ran down to the basement into the room, and he was like, and she.
That's from Keely's sister, right?
Yeah, and she told about it, and was like already drunk and sleeping kind of, and she just said, "Hey, you're just being drunk, and stop worrying about it, go to bed." So they both slept down there, and then apparently woke up knowing that something had happened.
How did they know something had happened?
I don't know. Okay. But they were too scared to walk upstairs, so that's what they called. You must have called to come check it out.
So, or called it, and then it had a call?
I think so. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it lives where?
I think at the Whites. Somewhere close by, I'm not sure.
Over here.
Yeah.
But so if the murderer was dealing with Kaylee and Maddie, like, which seems like maybe Zane or Ethan would have heard it, or vice versa, like, so it wouldn't be uncommon for either one of those pairs to be so inebriated they wouldn't have.
Right.
I mean, on the video, it looks like Kaylee and Maddie have had quite a bit to drink, especially Maddie. I mean, she's stumbling around pretty visibly on the video.
And I know them and drunk them, and Maddie did seem a little more intoxicated, but Kaylee wasn't to any point where she couldn't have fought back or called someone or yelled or anything like that.
Okay.
And Maddie too, even though she was a little more so. But I know them. They drink. They know how to handle themselves. Like.
So, and please don't take this to be an offensive question. It's just, again, we're just trying to figure out where to look. These girls, would it be unknown for them to have a one-night stand or to, like, you know what I mean? Because it's, like, would that have shocked you if you heard one of these girls hook up with a guy and they never did, or they rebuffed a guy? Like, we're trying to figure out, like, would there be a scenario where there's a guy out there in the winds who, like, hooked up with
came home with them?
Came home with them, like.
I know neither of them were afraid to hang out with the guy or have a guy come hang out at their house. But I, in all honesty, believe Kaylee and trust when Kaylee has told me, even months after we broke up, that she hasn't had any sexual contact or anything like that. And Maddie did have a boyfriend. I know she has.
Your boyfriend's right?
Yeah.
So the two girls are coming home from the bar, both having been at least somewhat inebriated. In the realm of possibility of 0 being it would never happen and 100% that's totally normal, would a guy have come home with them, or would they have invited a guy over at that time of night after coming home from the bar?
I doubt it at that time of night.
If they were to invite a guy over, either one of them, who do you think that would be?
Probably, I don't know which two you're asking between. But
I'm just saying, if there's a guy out there that we haven't heard of yet, that these girls might have met at the bar or known that they would invite in, like either came home with them or knocked on the door and they let him in. We're trying to figure out how the guy got in the house. He either had the code, the door was unlocked, or they let him in. So this is the they let him in question. Who would that be, do you think?
I've been trying to think of that the last 2 days, and I just don't know. I was kind of in touch with Kaylee, but not what her life was involved with outside of her and I.
But you're not aware of Maddie having any relationships beyond her boyfriend?
No guys hanging around Maddie regularly.
She would hang out with guys, but like
somebody
there wasn't
over
like
the house.
someone that she continuously was seeing.
Social media presence, primarily, you guys use Snapchat or Instagram, or how do you communicate within this friend group?
It would be Snapchat or phone numbers, but I would text anyone before Snapchatting them unless I was sending them a picture of something or a memory. As far as my roommates that I live with, is mainly communicated through Snapchat.
How about Maddie and Kaylee? How did they primarily communicate?
I would assume through phone numbers.
Is there any other weird app that we haven't talked about that is used?
No, I mean, I'm sure they both had Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, but no, like abnormal like messaging apps or anything like that.
Like 360? Anybody use that?
As far as I don't know. I used to have Kaylee's location, but when we broke up.
iPhones? Everybody uses iPhones?
Yeah.
No Androids?
I don't think so, no.
How about any illegal drug use? Anybody in the house use illegal drugs, to include marijuana?
I do think, I know Kaylee didn't smoke, neither did Maddie. I'm not saying they have never, but I think Santa would.
He thinks he knows a lot more than I don't think he knows anything. Keely had some kind of what the hell are them called? Oh my god, edibles in her drawer. So she did something of sorts. I think she was doing. Her other girlfriend stated she did cocaine at times, so on and so forth. I mean, come on, these are college kids. Stop. You're in like this bubble, dude, and believes everything that he thinks that he knows. He doesn't seem to know her at all at this point, in my opinion. So I'm just saying.
On occasion, I don't know about Ethan, and as far as I'm concerned, I don't know of any of them taking any hard drugs or anything past marijuana or Adderall, maybe.
So you think Xana smoked marijuana occasionally?
Yeah, when I was living over the summer, I spent a lot of time at this house. So that's just where Kaylee and my dog were.
Where did Xana get her marijuana from?
I'm not sure. There's a dispensary.
I want to add something here.
There's no dealer she dealt with.
I'm sure it's.
You notice how early in the interview, he distances himself from the dog?
Oh yeah,
And then all of
does
a
it a lot.
sudden, now here, it switches to Kaylee and my dog.
He does. Yeah, he changes up a lot within these interviews. It's interesting.
Yeah, I find that interesting. I find that interesting that by the time we get to this point in the interview, it's goes from Kaylee's dog to my dog.
And from my understanding, he didn't even want the damn dog. She kind of shoved it on him. You know what I mean? And here we are.
And that's from him. That's from
Right.
him.
Right. Good Lord. Who knows? Good call. Good call and good point, sir.
Off from someone older, legally.
Did you see drug paraphernalia in the house? Pipes or anything like that? Bongs?
I've never seen anything like that. Anytime Xana would smoke over the summer, it's just like a joint.
Okay. Anybody from your house where you live have any connection with any of these people?
My house or?
Yeah, where you live. Any of any of your roommates have any reason to be over there at their house?
No. Kaylee obviously made friends with my roommates through me and dating me, but none of them would ever even go over there for a party, really. Just opposite friend groups. Even when Kaylee and I were dating and their house had a party, I wouldn't go just because, like, it's just a completely different friend group than even Kaylee's roommates last year. I would go hang out with them, but all these ones are.
So are most of the guys that show up at this house, are they mostly or is it even mostly one fraternity?
Close to even. Little to no people ever go over there.
They did a lot of that, Jesse, especially with Jack.
Any drug use among your people at the house you live, your guys?
But
Oh, of course, it's redacted. What a joke.
Yeah, I think just moving forward, we covered a lot, but even from the start, it's been helpful, and you've obviously been trying to figure this out, wrap around. So just keep an open line of communication, and I don't know if that requires you to go through or not, but as you come across stuff, again, because this is the same team, we're all want to get and catch whoever did this heinous act. Mm-hmm. So please, as you come across something that you feel will be valuable to us, please go through, let us know, or however that process needs to happen. But please, let's keep open lines of communication, because for sure, that's all we want to do is find the truth and figure out who did this.
They have asked me to ask you if you will surrender your phone to me today. They have another database they want to run it through.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. Also, they didn't ask me this, but I assume they're going to want it if they haven't already. Are you willing to give a sample of your DNA?
Jesus Christ, you guys. We're on this. What day is this? The 17th? 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th. 5 days, and now they're asking for this stuff. Like, they should have taken his phone day one, along with the DNA swab, the day that they were at the police station. Why didn't any of this happen?
They did take his phone the first time. They said that they wanted to load it into another database.
What is it going to change? And then they didn't fingerprint the dude until last year. So I still don't understand this shit.
And why even fingerprint him?
Well, I know.
You get buccal swabs for the DNA and a consent form for the phone.
Can I make a few calls just to let people know I don't have my phone?
Yep. And we'll get back to you. I can't say it today, but at least by tomorrow. It shouldn't take very long. I've just got to think of a way to run it down to Moscow.
These interviews are a joke. Complete different joke. I guess the phone was given to the other law enforcement agency first. So that does make sense. I get it. I didn't catch it at first. Wasn't thinking that way, I guess. These things have caught me so off guard with the way the investigation or lack thereof was run. It just bothers the shit out of me that certain things weren't done immediately. That's all. And I forget there was more than one agency sometimes, and all that fun stuff. So
I'm curious. Do we know who actually took the fingerprints? Was it ISP or MPD, or was it the FBI?
I don't remember. I think, or maybe it was a dual agency that didn't. Maybe they had to fingerprint. The secondary agency had to fingerprint him. Maybe that's what that was too. I don't know, but it might have been ISP. Don't quote me because I don't remember at this point. There's so much of this stuff, but
Because if it is the FBI that takes it, it's a whole different ballgame.
of course, and that could have been what it was.
After hearing this interview, Dago, what are you thinking right now?
I don't know. I'm all over the place. I don't have any specific particular reason to put this dude in as a actual like hands-on suspect by any means whatsoever. But there's some things that I don't want to. Well, I guess you can call it lied about initially with the first interview, the very first one, and then to these ones. So I don't know. I don't know what to think truly and honestly. I know it's made a few things that made me side eye it. I'll say that much. But it could be nothing, folks. It could be something, it could be nothing. But I don't know. I never really thought Jack was involved in something, but this does give some good interesting reasons why he could be or have some form of involvement. That's all.
So my question to you and Dylan is, why would Jack have anything to lie about?
I agree. Unless he knew something. Now here's what my thing is. The only thing I feel that Jack might be suspicious of is maybe having some form of guilty knowledge of something that he didn't put out. Now, why would he not put that information out initially? I don't know. Was he threatened by some chance, or was he scared into not talking about certain things? Maybe. I don't know, but it just seems weird. Like, why is this different than what it wasn't originally, or whatever you want to call it? It's weird. That's all I'm saying.
What about you, Dylan?
There's no emotion. I'll say that's a big problem.
I don't know.
Hey, Sarge.
There are many things that I have serious questions with, but I can hear actual emotion, which is something we have never seen in this case. So I really don't know what to make of it. It definitely this interview definitely leans me more towards Dylan and Bethany as opposed to Jack. But I still need an explanation on that 17-minute phone call. I still need an explanation on why he got the footage from 11/12 that night, and why wasn't he in a dead sprint towards the house when he saw that EMS was there.
So I questioned the same thing there, Dylan. Like when the police asked him, they said, when he made the statement that Kelly wasn't drunk to the point where she wouldn't have called somebody or fought back or did this and that, but yet there's that 17-minute phone call, or there was those multiple times where the girls tried to call him. Why didn't he answer?
That's what bothers me right there.
Right?
That's what bothers me.
Like that I question quite a bit. But other than that, I mean, I don't think he was being super misleading or nothing.
I agree. I don't understand the phone call thing, and I don't quite get why.
But imagine how he feels now not answering any of those calls.
Oh my God, dude, he's probably beside himself. I agree with that.
Like they're talking to a broken fucking guy, dude.
To some aspect, absolutely. Welcome, Sarge. How are you, sir?
Well, I'm doing good. I don't know if you were done with your video though.
Yeah, I am. I just started playing this to show when they all show up at the police station that day. There's no sound or nothing. I'm just showing it as they come walking in bit by bit. But you can talk anytime you want about whatever.
I think the most explosive amount of emotion we got was out of Bethany originally, but
Yeah.
no one else seems to have any emotional like this disruption.
Never, none of them. I think there was one other witness that they interviewed. I can't remember who it was. It was a male. He seemed like he kind of was breaking down a little bit, slightly, but the rest of them is like any other day. There's no listen unless this generation has fucked or that fucked up now and they've changed that much. I don't think people's emotions have gone to null. Okay, I think they're still there somewhere. And when you lose somebody, especially young people like this they're close to these kids, it should destroy them. I mean, I know what I would have been. I know what I was like back then when we lost a friend and I that we knew in a car accident. Like it was like so traumatic. We couldn't even talk about the situation without like just breaking down completely. That doesn't exist here for some weird reason. It's I don't even know how to explain that.
I also think the posing of the body suggests that he had an involvement in this, not maybe wielding a knife, but I think that you see that, and that may be the post-mortem wounds that may explain the post-mortem wounds being done.
It could. The posing, like you're talking about,
these two girls had.
Yeah.
Now that intimacy probably got in the way of their relationship, and who knows what these people were they were going through, but that. The phone calls, then the persistent trying to get him back in touch with him, and then the posing of the bodies and the postmortem slicing.
Yeah,
I don't know how you don't look at a boyfriend.
Well, I think that's why they did, and not to mention there's a grand reality of jealousy in this aspect too, with the two girls specifically. And if you go back to the posing like Sarge brought up here, we were told that Maddie was posed in the princess pose. They were posed like cuddling together. That's very fucking weird, folks. So there's not too many people that are going to do that. It's just not some random dude that came into this house out of nowhere is just not going to pose these people like this if he doesn't know them. Right. And I'm sorry, but I've never, ever believed, and I never will until you show me absolute proof that it is, that this is not somebody that didn't know them very well. I do truly believe that whoever, the people that did this, knew this circle of people like very, very good. That's my opinion.
I mean, the only person that fits every box that would have the emotional connection enough to do what was done to Maddie and Kaylee, but also be able to attack Ethan and Xana and have some sort of reason is Dylan.
Of course.
She's the only one that fits.
She's the only one that I can't take my eyes off of for this. The only one. I can look away from other people for this. Everything about her disturbs me now, especially with all this other information coming out. The photographs, the drawings of the two women or the women with their throats slit, the dismembered photographs pictures she was drawing in her journals, the things she said, the weird shit on her walls in her bedroom, the weird way she acts in the Halloween video, just a bunch of stuff. And I can't look away from Dylan. I'm sorry.
I'm not dismissing Dylan from being involved. It's just the fact that in order to have people do something like this with you to help you out, first of all, you need some pretty good friends. From what I've seen in social media and all these pictures, it didn't really seem like a lot of people were super keen on Dylan. Like that's just my opinion anyways.
Well, I mean, Olivia had a hard on for her, and I think the Gonsalves did for sure in the beginning. Something changed their mind somewhere because the statement that there were people that were cleared way too soon. I think Olivia went into this, at her at some point. Ethan Chapin's brother-in-law or sister-in-law made a statement that there was an issue with her, that she shouldn't have been let go like she was. I mean, multiple people have said these same things, and then we see what we see. We can't just ignore that.
The friend group to help her out with if she was in fact involved in the atrocity. So she needs a large friend group in order to carry this thing out. Was she that popular? Did that many people like her to help her do this?
That's the other side to this. But here's the other thing, though, is and Steve said it himself, that she's protected by her stepmother's law firm. I think that's where her protection level comes into effect.
Oh,
She's-
absolutely. But
For sure.
People to actually do the deed.
No, I get it. I do.
But if
I
she's
get it.
involved in this kind of horrific crime, whose law firm is your family law firm is going to protect and hide you? I think that there's so much information that's been released since all of this that reinforces that there's a clear assessment that you can make to suggest, without any argument, that Dylan had prior and knowledge of what was happening in that house
Absolutely.
before, during, and after, right?
Yes. Yeah, I think she helped create it.
I can't say that, but if somebody had to be let in, and that's possible, right?
Of course.
And then every statement she gave, she contradicts.
Yes.
You find evidence outside. It's leaving that footprint appears to be a print leaving her room, and you'll notice the chemicals spread into her room, not into the hallway.
Of course.
There wasn't a footprint of somebody walking past her. There was somebody walking out of her room, heading into the common area, right?
Yeah, and
There's so much evidence here that shows Bethany, or not Bethany, but Dylan. And that was even before this evidence. I mean, I argued about this almost 3 years ago.
Of course.
And everybody was too soft to even want to talk about Dylan or Bethany's involvement. They acted like these two girls couldn't be, held up to the light. And it's tragic all these years later, and this kid's sitting in jail. Listen, he may have had some pact with them. I'm not saying Bryan didn't do it, but I am saying, like everyone else here, that you can't come to that conclusion when all this evidence points in different directions.
Of course.
Right?
And on top of that, the footprint loosely fits one of Dylan's shoes.
No, they found the shoe that made the print in the house. That's in the book.
Yeah, it's like it's Dylan's.
He didn't name whose it was, but he did say that the shoe that made that footprint is they found it in the home. Yet they made that footprint in their writings and in their accusations look like it was a footprint of the killer, which could be Dylan, but walking by her room. In other words, you shouldn't find that shoe in that house.
No,
right?
I agree.
He apparently walked out of the house. Based on Dylan's statements, he walked out of the house with his shoes on. She said, I saw this guy. He looked at me and he walked out and he headed towards the sliding door, which means he exited the home. So did he do this barefoot? I mean, where did that shoe? Why is the shoe that made the print still in the property?
Agreed. That doesn't make sense.
No. Nor does her blanket make sense. Nor does her coat make sense.
And why? Okay, I was just looking at their shoes for a minute because it looks like he's wearing. That's Hunter, I think, Johnson. And it looks like he changed his shoes from the slides he had on to some kind of tennis shoes, and that I think that's Dylan wearing the same kind of white slides. It's weird. Okay.
I wonder if any of them wore a bracelet.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Pictures, right? And all these pictures people have got. Is there any pictures of someone wearing that bracelet?
I thought that was Kaylee's for whatever reason. I'm probably wrong, but
it could be. It could be.
Did we ever get a picture of the bracelet?
Yeah, it's in one of the photographs on the desk.
Here's the other thing too. You have to now look at this and even say clearly, law enforcement altered the scene.
Yes, big time.
And that is almost arguably true when you listen and you hear and you read what they initially observed versus what was actually reported. So the idea that you could see blood on that table, right, which wasn't there later. Right? You could see blood running down a wall, which wasn't there later. What was there was diluted blood.
Yes.
So you have a sequence of events based on their own explanation of the scene of the crime that shows that what was running blood was no longer running blood by the time they started to analyze it. And the only people that had access to the home were the police. It was an active crime scene.
Right. Speaking of which, that's Ashley Jennings right there, you guys. I never realized that till right now. That's Ashley Jennings, the assistant prosecutor. So anyway, sorry guys. You're right, Sarge.
Even the knife sheath wasn't found on the first two passes or so. Everything that they claimed they saw originally was either diluted, gone, not part of the reporting of the crime scene investigators, and showed up after initial observations and walkthroughs.
Well, and don't forget too, Sarge, something that you mentioned a few minutes ago about they changed they fucked with the crime scene. PD went in and moved everything. They moved all the furniture in Xana's room out of rooms and moved stuff around before forensics could get in there and do anything. Forensics had to go back in and put everything back as close as they can get it to the way it's supposed to be. Now, don't tell me that they didn't do that on purpose, okay? Because every law enforcement agency knows you don't touch a scene. You never touch a scene until it's been examined by forensics, so on and so forth. But they did it there, which is very strange to me.
That's why
I mean, not with this case, but with any other case, it would be abnormal.
How do the police walk through this crime scene, go through these bedrooms, move this stuff around, not get anything on their feet, and walk out with it?
They're not supposed to touch it.
Well, I know that, but how is it possible? They're conscious that it's there, but you know how we are as human beings. We all make stupid mistakes, right? And you're trying to avoid this stain, but yet there's no other place to step.
Exactly.
Right. And so I just suggest now, like, I didn't pay much attention to it when Eddie was saying that over the course of this case, but when you start reading what this guy put in the book, if you give that fair market value that stuff is accurate, then you got to realize that what the police said originally on their cams or in their reports, it changed.
Yeah.
It changed, completely changed. And there's who changed it then if you guys control this house?
For sure. Yes, sir. Very good point. Very good point.
Yeah, and Dylan Morrison was barefoot, we're being told, right? So were those
she was. You can see it. When Nunez first gets there, she's barefoot as all hell. They had to get a blanket for her to stand on. So, yeah. Yep. Completely barefoot. Which is strange. But, I mean...
not if you were sleeping.
You could attribute it to her leaving her bedroom to go to Bethany's room and staying there the rest of the night and then going outside at that point. That's how I attributed it. But... You know, I don't believe any of them were sleeping ever.
They found the shoes, I think, on the first floor that made the print.
They found
the shoe that made the print outside her door, if I'm not mistaken, was found on the first floor. Along with her jacket, along with that bracelet, along with the scoured bathroom.
Well, they also found shoes in her bedroom that would have matched it too. There was bands in her bedroom. There was multiple things right there, but yeah. And there was that Amino Black was around it. Either way, I mean, it's still very suspicious, all of it. None of it doesn't line up. So,
yeah,
it's a problem. It's every bit of a problem. What I don't understand is how it was even made. I don't know if you heard this, Sarge, but the grand jury, when they listened to her testimony, they didn't believe her. They wanted all but to indict her based on her story. Okay, that's a problem. Obviously, they didn't. Which is another problem. They wanted, she wasn't.
How do we know that that's true, that statement? I mean,
I can't remember where it came from, but it was told from a source that was pretty reliable from, if I remember correctly. I can't give you an exact on it, but it was stated more than once that the grand jury had a very hard time believing her story, that they didn't. Longtime listener, do you guys believe the outside people hung up stuff? Did that happen? I mean, 3 years thinking about this constantly. I feel like they were about to have a breakthrough. No, I maybe. I don't know about hanging up stuff, but I do know. Thank you for that, by the way. I believe there was a handful of people that left right before 911 called that were there for a while. That's my opinion. Oh, that's right. Right there. Sorry. Defense attorney Jay Logston's the one that said that, Sarge. Thank you, Lucy. I couldn't remember. Judge.
Well, like they're going through now in the Allen case. This case has the same application, should have the same application of justice. Judge Hippler should not have had the capacity to rule out other involved. How he demanded that the defense had to make a case for the persons they were going to name and that they had to name people. That's ridiculous. That's like saying, oh, listen, son, I know you were hit by a car, but if you can't give me the plate number to your make, model, and the name of the driver, I can't write up a receipt for it. I mean, I was hit by a car, bro. Where did I have time to get that information? That's your job.
Right.
And
I get it.
Insane to me that Judge Hippler held them to a standard that the prosecution was never held to.
It should have never been allowed. It should have been called into question right away and shut down, but it wasn't.
Show me a picture of Kohberger in that car. Show me a dent. Show me an identifying mark on the car. Show me something.
There are none. There are none.
They should have held Kohberger to the same standard that they held the victims to.
Yeah, the prosecution too, and that means Kohberger would probably be a free man right now.
Of course.
No doubt.
if the judges that were involved in this case weren't corrupt as the day is long, this would have been laughed out of court. Bill Thompson would have been crucified in the media.
You know,
I mean, and
They should have stuck. They should have stuck with Judge.
Yeah, they should. But can I just say something that this can never be forgotten, especially if you guys are going to stay in true crime. And that Turvey said this, and it's true, that every area is a fiefdom. Every single place that has a district attorney and a prosecution is a fiefdom. And those people all work together. I said this early on with Ann. She has to work with these people when this case is over. And she still has to earn a living. And so this is the problem with our judicial system. And so it isn't that Judge was in on framing Kohberger. It's really more that Judge went along with the prosecution because that's what he's always done.
Yes.
That's the corruption. The corruption
what he
isn't
knew.
that Judge or even that crack-a-claws dude, Bill, set him up. It was that once he got a name, he just ran with it. And anything he saw had Bryan Kohberger written all over it. And he made sure to stick to that story. And the judge went along with him because that's how these fiefdoms work. Yeah. This happens in New York, Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, everywhere. And you never get the truth, right? Look at Delphi. Right? There's an example. Look at Karen Reed. There's another example. Look at the Long Island Killer or the Gilgo or whatever it is.
Gilgo, whatever. I can never say it.
But this happens every day in these courtrooms. On much lesser offenses, right?
Absolutely.
Corruption is terrible, man. And the funny thing is the people that are doing it don't even think they're doing something wrong. This is the system they were in
because they're so used to it, right?
Yeah. They were trained.
That's it right there.
To behave that way, and yikes.
And quite frankly, I think they were going to try to fit the square peg in the round hole. Even worse by trying to pin it on Ethan.
Yeah, suicide.
I think, yeah, that was pathetic. But I think what was I going to say? I think Jack Showalter was going to be the fall guy on this. I think he was initially going to be the guy that was going to take the hit for this. And I still feel like because of who his family was, somebody stepped in and said, no. His mom was in that interview, and I think they saw it for what it was and said, you're not going to do this to him. He didn't do this, and the story, so on and so forth, back up. And I think when that happened, then they had to have a backup, and that was Bryan Kohberger, I think. And they realized at that point, too, also that it can't be somebody from here. It's not going to line up. There's going to be people that are going to know these kids. They're going to know who's who, and we can't just pick somebody out of the wind. And then this guy who's an outsider.
That's where the college teams up with the prosecution and the police department.
Right.
And they start searching for the needle in the haystack, and then they invent one, right?
Yep.
They create one. And the co-creation in this case, it could have been any one of us, but it just happened to be Bryan Kohberger that night.
100%. Yes, sir. That's exactly how I feel like this happened because Ann said it and many other people. Bryan was chosen. He was the chosen one, and here we are. Okay, they could have been trying to use Kopaka as another fall guy on it. That didn't work out. So be it. Bryan is the one. That's why it can't be anybody else. It couldn't be more than one perpetrator because it was just Bryan. That's why all that stuff got killed. It's all fallen into place as to how this all played out at this point. It's pretty sad.
And then then you have the families on board with it because they have financial incentive to be on board with it, regardless of how ridiculous it is.
The Stockholm syndrome. The families only can.
Right.
I feel worse for the families than I do for Bryan. I mean, just think about this. The only people that can get you justice for what happened to your child are the people that are there. And you sooner or later, you keep having them tell you the same thing over and over again. You accept it.
And I think
you become part of that group because what else do you have?
I think they may know in the back of their minds, at least a couple of them, that they're not 100% sure that this guy did this.
I don't think they want to know.
That's what I'm saying right there. They don't want to know because then it's going to there's no closure with that. Okay. And that, in my opinion, is how this is going the way it is.
It's not just no closure. It's more of an insult that you accepted what these people were telling you, that you bought into what they were selling, right? And
because then you look down on yourself, right?
Yeah. So now it becomes a personal fucking failing for your kid. It's even worse.
Absolutely. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Well, I feel like the reason why they're charging such ridiculous amounts of money for all these FOIAs is just a simple fuck you to the people because we don't believe what they're saying.
Sure.
That's you know what they're saying. You know what, you guys don't believe us, and you guys aren't going to play along with our story. Well, guess what? If you want to try to figure out what the truth is, we're going to charge you up, and we're gonna lead you down a rabbit hole to get any of the information.
Which is why they're extorting.
What
Dude, it's insane. They're extorting people. Logan, we ran our live last Saturday for the verdict room, and we helped to raise money so she could get a FOIA for $300 and some odd for one video for Mason Barstow, right? So she sends it in, files for it, gets it locked up. They in turn decide that it's going to take more of their time to redact the things they need to, so charge her double almost, another $200 and some odd before she can get this. They're extorting people. Annie, you know who Annie is, Annie Potts, wanted to get a total price on what everything would cost to get for files, so on and so forth. $20,000, Sarge. Other people are being charged $15,000. Jules paid, I think it was $2,000 plus to get all of the 1112 videos. And then one of them she got was completely muted out, and there's been problems within all of them. It's insane. It is insane. It's extortion, in my opinion.
Yeah.
There's no reason none of this shit should be being charged for any of this, in my opinion.
Yeah, the 1112 camera. I mean, it's obvious that it was tampered with before it got to Jules.
Right. Oh, there's been definite manipulation in the videos, the audio. There's videos that are overlapping that are the same video at different timestamps. I mean, it's a joke. The whole fucking thing is a joke. And they're charging you they're giving you videos that have been redacted to the point like the one we just went through, or the first one we went through is like an hour and 26 minutes. An hour of it's redacted. So you basically get 26 minutes of bullshit. So it's extortion. I'm sorry.
Well,
and they're every dime of it, they have no reason. They don't care. They don't care.
I was we all know that for quite a while she couldn't get video, and the argument from the defense was that they were trying to sync up the video with the audio, right?
Sure.
Which made no sense to me. I mean, a video and an audio are all one unit.
They should be. They should be, yeah.
And then there's another streamer out here that says that the actual 2 o'clock sounds aren't from 2 o'clock; they're from later. That what they did was they moved the crime, the screaming and the noises back to obfuscate what the public would see, so that when you were playing the 4 o'clock videos, 4 a.m. videos, they wouldn't have the contents of the screaming, the calling out of names,
right?
And what appeared to be the actual crime in progress at, I think, 2:27 a.m. Now, I don't know if he's right about that, if that's true, but the funny thing is there is truth to the fact that they didn't discover information to Ann for quite some time because of video and sound issues.
Right, right.
So did they cut that sound and move it back up on the clock?
And that may be an absolute with that.
Yeah, I think they definitely, there was, I think the 226 scream was a mistake. That wasn't supposed to be that it wasn't supposed to happen at that time, or it wasn't supposed to be released at that time. And I think I think it makes a lot more sense if you put the thud at the thud and the scuffling that you hear in the 4 o'clock hour. You kind of line that up more with how you would logically put it together in that 2 o'clock time frame. I mean, it would make a lot more sense.
Because you on that 1122 camera, you never see a car go by and the noise not be with it. It comes in later. In other words, the camera shows you that it records and accepts audio simultaneously. So none of the videos of them showing cars move around from 1112 have engine noise that are disparate to the vehicle's movements. When it accelerates, the loud increases, the noise increases, right? So the idea that they had a problem syncing video is, to me, almost like admitting we're altering these. We're doing what we want with these videos.
Here's the benchmark, though. The benchmark for any audio or video is that video of those cops on the Banfield interviewing those kids. If any of those noises happened, we should have heard some reminiscent of those screams in that Banfield video with those police and those underage kids. Can't hear you, Dago.
Unless they clipped those out because they did hear those. Because I believe they were watching the house that night pretty intently, in my opinion.
I think it would be pretty hard for them to clip out that audio, audio specifically.
Right.
Just because the audio was consistently on while they're interviewing those kids.
Well, what I mean, okay, maybe I'm saying this wrong then. We did hear it. You can hear it in the background. They acted as though they didn't hear it, is what I'm trying to say. And I think that was done probably on purpose. They didn't acknowledge it during that interaction with the Banfield kids. So I think they did on purpose to make sure. Well, if we acknowledge that, that means we heard it. If they don't acknowledge it, they can get away with saying they didn't hear it, is what I was trying to say. I'm sorry.
Terry Martin's asking you to answer a question. I don't know what her question is, but it's in chat. She just said it again.
I'll find
Here's
it.
something else too that I think has to be considered that none of us have really discussed or talked about. It's those the powers that be committing this crime, not a drug dealer, not a fraternity, not a boyfriend, but the actual police or people in charge of that community.
Right.
Getting this done or doing it having it done or doing it themselves.
Right. Terry said, who do we need to talk to get the correct FOIAs? And the same people we talk to get the FOIAs we get, Terry. That doesn't make a difference. We can't prove that they've messed with anything. We can't prove that what they're sending us is not the real thing. And it's our word against theirs. Who do you think's word is going to be taken? Not mine or yours. They're going to take their own word. And I even put this in the letter I sent to the Department of Justice, okay? About what I call the extortion cost and the fact that some of these had been messed with and manipulated, in my opinion. Nobody responded to it. I sent it twice. I sent it once, copied and pasted and sent it again about a month later. There's been zero response to it. They don't care. We're unimportant. It doesn't matter. That's the only thing I'm going to be able to say to that. There is nobody else besides the people that we've sent information to. Lee has sent stuff to the Department of Justice. I think Lana did. We've sent things to, between all of us, we've sent things to Moscow, ISP. The FBI does not give two shits what the hell we have to say. They're not going to give us anything. Who else do we go to, you guys? There is nobody else. I don't know who else to talk to. So I can't truly and honestly answer that question other than what I just said, Terry. I'm sorry. So it is what it is, you guys, and we're just going to have to keep talking about it and talking about it and talking about it. We have tried to reach out to make things happen. Only certain things have been justified, certain things have been responded to, but they're also responding to these things in a negative way. Okay, they're not giving us what we want. They're ignoring most of what we're saying. Okay, now I don't know if that's because there's something else going on in the background or if it's just because they're sick of it and they're shutting it down. I can't give an answer to that either. I wish I had a better answer as to somebody else we could reach out to, but I think the more we continue doing what we're doing, at some point it's going to get on somebody's nerves and maybe something will break. I don't know. That's all I can think of. A PI, I don't think a PI would do any good, though, Ashley. I thought of that because a PI is only going to get so far. I can't see a PI getting any further than we have. Truly. In fact, they may get less, they may not get as far as we have because they can't really, to get answers to things, they have to get into certain places that they won't allow for PIs because they know what they're doing. This is, again, my opinion. I don't know. It would be nice to have somebody that could look into the backgrounds of things, but again, I don't see it happening.
I don't think Cy Ray can actually put an end to this. Somebody
He
said
can't.
I don't think
He
he
can't.
can either. I think the problem with this particular case is that the exact location of that phone can't be made because of the way the towers are set up, because of the distance between the towers. So you're never really going to get a triangulation of an exact location. You're going to say that he was in this area, and this area broadcast where it's receptive from the house, right? He was in an area that connects to a tower that the house is connected to. But that's probably the best you're going to do.
The only thing I think Cy may be able to do is he may be able to point out that they lied. By knowing what he did, what he does, he can point out and say, hey, you didn't get to him by this. You did not know that was him because of these pings, because here's the reason why, and this is how this actually works, and based on what you tried to say. That's what I think he'll be able to do, which will take credibility away from what they've said. And or he might be able to prove in some aspect by showing his work that Bryan wasn't in that area. That's the only other thing he could do.
Well, I
That's it.
understood what I read. It gave me the suggestion that what Cy was telling us was that route that they're arguing he took is impossible, but they may have been able to place him at the house by following the actual route he took.
Right.
You see?
Yeah. And a lot of people think Cy Ray's going to come out someday
No,
and
I
say,
don't think so.
Bryan didn't do it. I know he didn't. He's innocent. That's not how this is going to happen. It's just not going to happen that way.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't think a lot of people, most of us don't understand most of what's going on behind the scenes with this because we're not supposed to. Okay. We try the best we can. I don't know. I don't know. And at some point, I'm hoping that there will be a break somewhere that's coming down the road here with all this other shit that's happened, but we'll see.
How many times did somebody say they knew before noon? It's 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock in the morning. How many people that were interviewed actually confirmed that or made the statement? How did you find out? When did you find out was never asked, but
I think it was a couple times, but it wasn't there wasn't a good enough answer given. There was a lot of people though that were interviewed. I say that much. He wasn't in that area though. That's the problem. A lot of people believe that he was. If you look at the way the whole cast thing happened and was figured out and all that stuff, he wasn't there. I fully believe that. You're not a quitter. Stop it, Lucy. Yeah, well, we'll see how that works out too, Jesse. I don't know.
I don't think Cy has ever not changed his mind. I think Cy has never told us exactly what was on his mind.
That's probably it too.
Right. And even
not
when
100%.
He caveated that with, based on what I have now, it favors the defense, but that could change, and I reserve the right to change my opinion.
Right.
Right. So let's always remember that. He didn't have an exact absolute answer. His argument was because he didn't have the data he needed to make that conclusion. And it looks like he never got that.
Right.
And the
fact is, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and the unfortunate part, in my opinion, the only thing that is going to be able to move this case anywhere is going to be if that Dateline leak ends up being Ann Taylor, and Ann Taylor is the one that ends up in the back of a cop car. That's the only way this case moves forward.
Well, maybe. I don't know that that'll happen.
New evidence. I mean, did she
Yeah,
disclose?
new evidence would help.
There's also the question of, did she disclose to Bryan what was just recently discovered, its significance and its importance in being exculpatory? Did she review it? Did she investigate it? Did she bring it to Bryan before he pled? So that's a question. And the other thing is if not, is there information that's now available that was not available during the discovery process up to that point and beyond? So, they gave something right towards the day of the plea deal. Right before that, there was a discovery. Was that covered with Bryan? Did Ann address that? Did she do her due diligence?
So according to Survey, he put all the exculpatory evidence that he found, put it all together, and handed it off to Ann Taylor.
Did she go over it with Bryan Kohberger?
That is yet to be known.
So how can he make an informed decision if that? So that's what I'm saying. There's many different ways to appeal this, but the biggest one is the representation was no good.
Yeah. I mean,
right.
That's the most common way to do this. And in fact, I think Ann made that case when she was arguing for an extension, that she could not, in all fairness, take this to trial because discovery had yet to be fully gone through and more was coming. And the day of this hearing, I just got discovery today, Your Honor, and they wanted to have a trial in a few weeks. So I think Ann made her own argument that she was insufficient counsel, not because she's a stupid lawyer or a bad person, but because the system failed him.
Right. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this goes. It really will. I just think there's going to be more people that are very possibly going to pop up out of nowhere. Again, this is my opinion. And some other stuff's going to come out too. The more that gets released, the more questions there are, of course. I don't know.
I've been saying Bryan isn't totally innocent, but I look at it like in the Allen case. I think that if jurisprudence in the United States has places the government cannot go and should not and shall not do, that's what the Constitution does. It limits their behavior. It does not give you permission to speak freely. It prevents them and tells them they can't interfere with your free speech. And if that's applied to the case with Allen, if that's applied to the case with Reed, and if that's applied properly to the Bryan Kohberger case, what's really important here is that the whether he did it or not is not even relevant, right? You just can't kick in somebody's door and find drugs on their coffee table and arrest them. This is not how the government has no right to do that. They're in violation by exceeding their constitutional stopgate. There's a fence right here. There's a wall. You shall not cross this, government. And in this case and several other cases, people seem to they focus on innocence or guilt when in fact innocence or guilt can only be established in America, if you want to be honest with yourself, when the game is played by the exact rules that are laid out and no differently. That's it. Those are the rules.
Yeah, and I know Kohberger's Fourth Amendment rights were absolutely violated with going into his cell phone.
Well, how about the probable cause affidavit? And Ann gives them 6 months to figure out what they're going to bring into. I wouldn't have. Listen, I've been arrested many times. The most important hearing you'll ever have is your probable cause hearing. That hearing right at the beginning. Okay, and if you waive that, that's just stupid. Your lawyer always tells you to waive it because they're part of the system. Never waive that. Pre-trial hearing, never waive it. Because it's the only time you get to question the evidence used to put you into this jail cell. Period. End of story. It's the only time, and it's the best time to go after it right in the very beginning because it's more likely the prosecution doesn't have a cohesive argument. Like in this case, right? It'd be different if they got pictures of Bryan going in the house, Bryan's fingerprints, Bryan's shoe print. Then, okay, waive the preliminary hearing. You did it, right? And even if you didn't do it, you're not going to get away from that argument. But in this case specifically, what a horrific decision she made by not taking that pretrial hearing. She could have probably got this thrown out right away.
It probably would have changed a whole lot, I think. I agree with that.
It would have came down to the DNA and no evidence to show he was in the home. How can transfer DNA be the only evidence you have to charge him with quadruple homicides and no evidence showing that he was at that home in or about or ever? Right. No evidence that his car was involved. No evidence that. Come on.
I still wonder why that decision was made.
Pardon?
Right. I still wonder why that decision was made the way it was, Sarge. I question that all the time still.
That's what brought me into this crazy true crime community. That probable cause affidavit.
I remember, yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, and I've said this a couple times, this was closer to WWE than it was an actual court proceeding. The ending was predetermined.
Yeah.
Oh, I've said that 1,000 times. Bryan was going to be guilty no matter what. That's just how I seen this. I don't think it was ever going to trial ever.
And I think Ann's in on it too.
Well, I don't know if they're in, if some of these players, man, I don't know if some of these players are in on it with knowledge of being in on something. I think a lot of what we see, the corruption is so ingrained in our systems that what people don't seem to think is corruption are people just following what they've been trained to follow, not realizing that that's wrong. Right. So that doesn't absolve them of guilt or it doesn't absolve them of that behavior, but you have to realize this system is heavily slighted towards the plea deal. 95, 97% pleas. It's heavily slighted towards the prosecution winning 95 to 97% of the time, right? And that's a corrupt system. That's just not how the system should operate. And if that means you can't try all of these cases, then you need to hire more, right? You need to hire more people. That's what it means. It doesn't mean you just start shorting the fucking circuit and start taking shortcuts. And
right.
If you need 20 judges in Moscow, then you need 20 judges. If there's that much crime.
They need to change some things for sure. That's for future reference, for damn sure.
It's a tragedy, man.
I agree.
I committed a crime and beat the case. I literally committed the crime I was accused of and beat the case.
I'll be right back, guys. Keep going.
They had me in the property. I admitted to being there. They had my fingerprints. The guns were certainly stolen. Okay, they had me, and I beat it. And I beat it because I could show that my presence in that hallway and any fingerprints placed therein were normal, that they should be there, because I was the maintenance man painting. So my fingerprints on door hinges shouldn't be conclusive that I entered that room. My fingerprints were on window locks and window sills. They were on doorknobs. They were on all kinds of places where they should be if you're the maintenance man painting the fucking hallway. But I literally committed that crime. They couldn't indict me because of that.
Yeah,
it's not that hard to win, folks, if you hold them to the fucking standards of the rules. And that's, to me, where it seems Anne surrendered in the beginning. That preliminary hearing, to me, was the biggest mistake she made. I'm not saying it was intentional or out of corruption, but I just honestly think that that's the biggest error.
Yeah, I mean, you think he should have waived the speedy trial?
No, was absolutely not. No, should never waive that either. Give them 90 days to try you. Nope. Listen, I know from, I'm telling you, I've been involved with criminal activity. I haven't now for the last 30 years. So I've been a very straight, honest citizen. And, people that know me, like Dago and others, they know I'm just a regular, normal guy. And I have been for a long time. But back in the days of my criminal career and my family's criminal career, that exactly was some things that you just refuse to accept. You don't postpone a preliminary hearing, and you don't not demand a speedy trial and stick to it. You because realize that prosecutor's guy, he's not only coming for you, he's coming for the other 50 criminals behind you and the other 100 that have yet to come in the door.
Yeah. I mean, the way that they framed it was Anne got Kohberger to waive it so she has time to set up.
Nah, that's bullshit, man. I would never let her do that. I just said, if you can't do it, then you need to get me another lawyer. Right? I want discovery. I want this at trial in 90 days. Right. There's no way Bill Thompson could have convicted him under those circumstances. I don't think he could have surpassed a preliminary hearing because there was no evidence placing Bryan Kohberger. Matter of fact, the only evidence they have, let's be honest, the evidence they have says Kohberger wasn't near that house for 2 hours during the crime. Right. They actually tell you that in their own report. If you look at the PCA, it's more exculpatory than it is inculpatory. Everything they allege is based on a theory. Criminals turn their phone off with the knowledge that they can be tracked if left on. But Bryan Kohberger wasn't a criminal. He was a PhD student and a teacher assistant at a decent college. How do you apply criminal behavior to a kid that's never committed a crime?
That's why I keep questioning why that happened the way it did.
You could do that to me because I'm a felon. I'm a convicted felon. You could pull that bullshit on a guy like me, you see? The law allows that. The law allows them to entrap me. They can entrap you. They can't, like they did to John DeLorean. They lure this guy in, his company's failing, and the FBI entraps him into a drug deal. You can't do that. Now, if DeLorean had a previous felony tied to drug dealing, then they can entrap the guy. And the same thing here with Kohberger. I'm telling you, there's so many bad things that were just missed by his attorney that should have been addressed right off the bat. And we probably wouldn't be sitting here today talking about that. Although we'd probably still be talking about how a legal case needs to be handled from the start.
Definitely.
Not to say that they wouldn't have came back 6 months or a year later and charged Kohberger. Right? It wouldn't have exonerated him at all. But a court of law would have to admit that when you claim what he did with his phone is unverifiable, that when you claim that he was nowhere in the area for 2 hours during the time of the crime, and that all you're left with is transfer DNA that could be left by anybody, including not you.
Exactly.
No basis to arrest a man and take away his freedom.
It would have never went as far as it did. That's what I think. If they wouldn't wait, I still don't understand why that she knew that. They all knew that. Okay. I mean, yeah, I understand, like Tomboy said, that Marshall kept delaying things, so on and so forth. I understand that too, but it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make any sense at all. From the beginning to the end, it made no sense to me. So,
I don't know. What do you think of it? Is it Dylan? Like Dylan?
Dylan, yes.
I'm the one that wasn't at the house at 11:22.
Sure.
You're the other. Sure.
You sure?
I mean, I don't remember being there.
Other Dylan, yes.
I actually.
All right, Jack. You don't remember being there? You don't remember the 17-minute call?
Actually, I think I was in Florida at the time.
Oh, okay. You got a good alibi.
I was fighting the battle at Waterloo.
Yeah. Yeah. I was fighting a house fire.
I was actually down in Florida in college.
I don't think a defendant should have the right to waive his rights. That'd be like, in other words, here you can't agree to be my slave and sign off on your rights.
Right.
You can't do that.
See, there's a lot of things.
What gives the court the right to even suppose that you could waive your preliminary hearing? That should be mandatory. The court should have a full, complete explanation of why you arrested this American citizen for the reasons alleged. And you need to put that forward to the court immediately.
Right.
And if they're not sufficient, this person goes home.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't believe a capital case should have certain things that this has had. Like, there should never be a plea deal in a capital case. What you just said, I think, is a problem as well. There's a lot of things that should be changed in these cases that are absolute, that are capital cases. But will it happen? Never, I'm sure, because that's how they get away with a lot of stuff they do. So it is what it is.
And I mean, you gotta almost idiot proof it to where you gotta pass laws to say you cannot waive this, that, the other. It cannot happen.
That's what I'm saying. The laws need change, period.
Because what people don't realize, in my state, is called an accusatory instrument. And what the preliminary hearing does is it forces the writer of that document to come forward. It forces the police to come forward, and it forces the prosecutor to explain how he interprets what's been given him. And it has to have evidence to support their accusation. You can't just say, my 18 years of experience shows me that criminals turn their phones off. That's not evidence of anything other than you being an idiot for not knowing what evidence is. That's all that proves. And when you show me that he couldn't have been in the area of the house during the 2 hours because there's no evidence to support his presence, that's again exculpatory to the defendant. And then you're going to argue your only reason for really arresting him was because you found transfer DNA. Well, then that's not enough. You got how many other sources of DNA at that point were in the home?
I mean, there's not even evidence to support anybody going into that house, let alone Kohberger.
I said that before. Yeah.
There's no trails. There's
Show
nothing
me what
of
makes
doors.
What about a car? How does a car have to be involved?
There isn't one, I don't think. I think that's a red herring.
But again, that whole description of the car is an opinion. There's no evidence to support that vehicle had any. As a matter of fact, you have the counter argument that it didn't because they're the ones that ripped it down to the floorboards, could find nothing. So they turned the car from an accusatory instrument into an exculpatory instrument. Right? I mean, if this car was used in this carnage and you show all this blood to a juror and say not a single element of that ended up in this guy's possession anywhere ever. I don't know. I'm just so despondent with how the law works that
it's disgusting.
Really the law. It's not. It's that we, for whatever reason, allow it. I don't know why we do that, man.
Because
fear of change.
People don't necessarily care until it's happening to them.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. That goes with everything because I brought up many things over my days here, and I always hear
very good point.
No one's going to go along with that. No one's going to do that. Well, okay.
It's definitely a thought process, but I think I just realized the time. I think that's going to do it, guys. 4 hours in, and there's some interesting points with those interviews. Sarge, I'm grateful you jumped up here finally.
Well, every other time I've jumped on, I thought I was jumping on at yours.
I know. It's the other show we run. Yes, I know. It's okay.
Yeah, and I end up in his, and I don't know how that happens because I am truly clicking on yours.
No, we're running it together. It's a dual stream because it's a nighttime show we do together. So when you jump into mine, you're jumping into his too. But that's fine. Either way, it's still an enjoyable conversation. They enjoy it as much as we do here. So,
I enjoy
and
it.
you do have my people over there too when we do it. So, but I'm glad to see you here before that nighttime stuff. And I'm great to have you back on this. Truly, your opinions have always been interesting to me.
And it's funny because it seems to me that some of those opinions from way back in the day are being proven accurate, and that's
yes,
I don't
they
know
are
on the back for it, but it's kind of interesting to see now how everybody's so willing to go after the people that were left in that home.
Yeah,
and what a 180-degree turn.
And it was taboo back then. We weren't like most of us had a fear. Well, we were threatened actually in some senses that our channels would be shut down if we went that way and talked about that, and then they threw something else at us on purpose.
There was a bombshell that came on right before our your show started.
So-
Something came out. We were going to do a stream about Dylan and Bethany,
The Linda Lane stuff dropped, yeah,
and then all of a sudden, boom! This other stuff comes out of nowhere, and that show,
which
got
I think
bad.
was done on purpose, right? 100%. Yeah. And then we weren't allowed to talk about that stuff. We were warned certain ways to Sunday with certain things, and so like within, I think it was 2.5 years, I finally said, you know what, fuck this. I'm just tired of sitting on this bullshit and protecting these people when knowing that they're absolutely not who they're pretending to be. So at that point is when I just said piss on it and we went that direction. So, and I'm glad we did, because can you imagine if we'd have been sitting here still saying, leave Dylan alone, she's innocent. Yeah. Okay. Right.
And she very well may be innocent in the actual deed.
The hands-on part of it, possibly, but she still has. I think she's involved in the creation of it in some aspects, and she definitely has heavy-duty guilty knowledge, in my opinion.
She is the catalyst. There is no
Very
debate on
likely,
that.
yeah.
She is the catalyst. She's the one that got Kaylee in the house.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you
Thanks,
for having
there's
me
more.
up here. I'm going to let you all
Absolutely,
go.
Sarge. Thank you.
I'll talk. Oh, I messaged you on Discord one time when I set up my show, and you weren't around. So.
Oh, I might have been doing this. My apologies. I'll have to go back.
That's all right. That's all right. Just so you know. Because
When are you doing another show again?
I don't know. Maybe at 10 o'clock. Who knows?
All right. Well, if I see it, I'll try to pop in there for sure.
All right. We'll see it.
All right, Sarge. Thanks. And Dylan, thank you as well.
Nice
You are
meeting you,
appreciated, sir.
Yep, nice meeting you too, Serge.
Dylan, thank you. Moto, thank you. Very interesting as always to break down these interviews for sure. There's more stuff coming. I'm positive. Any last thoughts, sir? Before we get out of here?
Not really. Just gonna enjoy the last 195 laps of the Coke 600.
Don't get dizzy.
Oh, I live for this stuff though, so I don't get dizzy anymore.
Good to know. Good to know, sir. Well, thanks again. I'll talk to you soon. And I hope the person you want to win is the one that wins, sir.
Well, the person I picked already wrecked out, so.
Oh, well then, that's not going to happen either way. We will see you soon, Dylan. Thanks again for joining us, buddy.
Yeah.
Have a great rest of your night.
You too.
All right, bud. Take care. And thank you, SRB, for that as well. And anybody that may have chosen to support us in that sense, God bless. So very much appreciated. You guys have no clue. Thank you to all of you for being here to support us at all. Just being here means everything. And make sure you guys, please, if you will, hit that like button. And then share this out to whoever you think you can. We appreciate that so very much. Thank you to my moderators who are amazing. And I'm sure I'll probably jump into the Discord afterwards for any of them that may want to. And if you don't, then I understand. You guys have an amazing rest of your night. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and do not change a thing, because you truly are the beautiful people just the way you are. God bless, guys. Love you guys, and I will see you soon. Bye-bye.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice Until the next one.